Chapter 21. Remembering what Waits had yelled changed things. To Bosch, it meant something had been going on up there in Beechwood Canyon, and it was something he'd had no clue about. His first thought now was to retreat and consider everything before making a move. But the appointment at OIS had given him a reason to be in Parker Center, and he planned to make the most of it before leaving. He entered room 503, the offices of the Open Unsolved unit, and headed toward the alcove where his desk was located. The squad room was almost vacant. He checked the workstation shared by Marcia and Jackson and saw that they were out. Bosch had to walk by the open door of Abel Pratt's office to get to his own workstation, so he decided to be up front. He stuck his head in the door and saw his boss ensconced at his desk. He was eating raisins out of a little red box that looked like it was meant for a child. He looked surprised to see Bosch. "Harry, what are you doing here?" he asked. "OIS called me down to look at the video O'Shea's guy took of the Beechwood field trip." "He's got the shooting on it?" "Not quite. He claimed the camera was off." Pratt's eyebrows arched. Randolph doesn't believe him? Hard to tell. The guy sat on the tape until this morning, and it looks like it might have been altered. Randolph's going to have SID check it. Anyway, listen, I thought that while I was here, I would take a bunch of files and stuff back to archives so it's not all lying around. Kiz had some files out too, and it will be a while before she gets back to them. That's probably a good idea. Bosch nodded. "Hey," Pratt said, his mouth full of raisins. "I just heard from Tim and Rick. They're leaving Mission right now. The autopsy was this morning, and they got the ID. Marie Gesto confirmed. They got it on the dental." Bosch nodded again as he considered the finality of this news. The search for Marie Gesto was over. "I guess that's it then." "They said you were going to make the next of kin call on it. You wanted to do it." "Yeah, but I'll probably wait until tonight when Dan Gesto comes home from work. It'll be better if both parents are together. However you want to handle it. We'll keep the lid on it from this end. I'll call the ME and tell them not to put it out until tomorrow." "Thanks. Did Tim or Rick tell you if they got a cause of death?" "Looks like manual strangulation. Hyoid was fractured." He touched the front of his neck, in case Bosch didn't remember where the fragile hyoid bone was located. Bosch had only worked about 100 strangulation cases in his time, but he didn't bother saying anything. "Sorry, Harry, I know you're close to this one. When you started pulling the file every couple of months, I knew it meant something to you." Bosch nodded more to himself than to Pratt. He went to his desk, thinking about the confirmation of the body's identification, and remembering how 13 years earlier he had been all but convinced that Marie Gesto would never be found. It was always strange how things turned out. He started gathering all the files associated with the Waits investigation. Marcia and Jackson had the Gesto murder book, but this didn't bother Bosch because he had his own copy in his car. He walked around to his partner's desk to gather the files she had on Daniel Fitzpatrick, the Hollywood pawnbroker Waits said he murdered during the 1992 riots, and saw 2 plastic cartons on the floor. He opened one and found it contained the pawn records salvaged from the burned-out pawn shop. Bosch remembered Ryder mentioning these. The musty smell of the once-wet documents hit him, and he quickly snapped the top back on the carton. He decided he would take these as well, but it would mean 2 trips past Pratt's open door to get everything down to his car, and that would give his boss 2 opportunities to become curious about what Bosch was really up to. Bosch was considering leaving the cartons behind when he got lucky. Pratt stepped out of his office and looked over at him. "I don't know who decided raisins are a good snack food," he said. "I'm still hungry. You want anything from downstairs, Harry? A donut or something?" "No, thanks, I'm fine. I'm going to take this stuff over and then get out of here." Bosch noticed that Pratt was holding one of the guidebooks usually stacked on his desk. It said West Indies on the cover. "Doing some research?" he asked. "Yeah, checking things out. You ever heard of a place called Nevis?" "Uh-uh." Bosch had heard a few of the places Pratt asked about during his researches. "Says here you can buy an old sugar mill on 8 acres for less than $400. Shit, I'll clear more than that on my house alone." It was probably true. Bosch had never been to Pratt's home, but knew that he owned a property up in Sun Valley that was big enough to keep a couple horses on. He'd lived there nearly 20 years and was sitting on a gold mine in real estate value. There was only one problem, though. A few weeks earlier, Ryder had been at her desk and had overheard Pratt on the phone in his office asking questions about child custody and communal property. She told Bosch about the call, and they both assumed that Pratt had been talking to a divorce lawyer. "You want to make sugar?" Bosch asked. "Nah, man, it's just what the property was used for at one time. Now you'd probably buy it, fix it up, and make it a bed and breakfast or something." Bosch just nodded. Pratt was moving into a world he knew and cared nothing about. "Anyway," Pratt said, sensing he didn't have an audience, "I'll see you. And by the way, it's nice that you got dressed up for the OIS. Most guys on home duty would have slogged in here in jeans and a t-shirt looking more like a suspect than a cop." "Yeah, no problem." Pratt left the office, and Bosch waited 30 seconds for him to get the elevator. He then put a stack of files on one of the evidence cartons and carried it all out the door. He was able to take it down and out to his car and get back before Pratt returned from the cafeteria. He then took the second carton and left. No one questioned what he was doing or where he was going with the materials. After pulling out of the pay lot, Bosch checked his watch and saw that he had less than an hour to kill before he was supposed to meet Rachel for lunch. It wasn't enough time to drive home, drop the documents, and come back. Besides, that would be a waste of time and gas. He thought about canceling the lunch so he could go home right away and get going on the review of the records, but he decided against it because he knew Rachel would be a good sounding board and might even have some ideas about what Waits had meant when he yelled during the shooting. He could also get to the restaurant early and start his review while waiting at the table for Rachel, but he knew that might cause a problem if a customer or waiter happened to catch a glimpse of some of the photos in the murder books. The city's main library was located in the same block as the restaurant, and he decided he would go there. He could do some file work in one of the private cubicles and then meet Rachel on time at the restaurant. After parking in the garage beneath the library, he carried the murder books from the Gesto and Fitzpatrick cases with him onto the elevator. Once inside the confines of the sprawling library, he found an open cubicle in a reference room and set to work reviewing the documents he had brought. Since he had begun rereading the Gesto files in Ryder's hospital room, he decided to stick with them and finish his review. Moving through the book in the order the documents and reports were filed, he didn't reach the investigative chronology, usually filed at the back of a murder book, until the end. He casually read through the 51 forms, and nothing about the investigative moves made, the subjects interviewed, or the calls received struck him as any more important than when they had been originally added to the chrono. Then suddenly he was struck by what he had not seen in the chronology. He quickly flipped pages backwards until he came to the 51 for September 29, 1993, and looked for the entry on the call Jerry Edgar had taken from Robert Saxon. It wasn't there. Bosch leaned forward to read the document more clearly. This made no sense. In the official murder book, the entry was there. Raynard Waits's alias, Robert Saxon. The entry date was September 29, 1993, and the time of the call was 6:40 p.m. Olivas had found it during his review of the case, and the next day in O'Shea's office, Bosch had seen it clear as day. He had studied it, knowing that it was confirmation of an error that allowed Waits another 13 years of freedom to kill. But the entry was not in Bosch's copy of the murder book. What the hell? At first, Bosch couldn't put it together. The copy of the chronology in front of him was made 4 years earlier, when Bosch had decided to retire. He had secretly copied murder books from a handful of open cases that still gnawed at his insides. They were his retirement cases. His plan had been to work them on his own and at his leisure, to solve them before he could finally let the mission go and sit on a beach in Mexico with a fishing pole in one hand and a Corona in the other. But it didn't work out that way. Bosch learned that the mission was best served with a badge, and he came back to the job. After he was assigned with Ryder to the Open Unsolved unit, one of the first murder books he pulled out of archives was the Gesto case. The book he pulled was the live record, the investigative file that was updated each time he or anybody else worked it. What he had in front of him was a copy that had sat on a shelf in his closet and had not been updated in 4 years. Even so, how could one have a notation entered on a 51 form in 1993 while the other one didn't? The logic of it dictated only one answer. The official record of the investigation had been tampered with. The notation entering the name Robert Saxon into the murder book was added after Bosch had made his copy of the book. That, of course, left a 4-year window during which the false notation could have been added, but common sense told Bosch he was dealing with days, not years. Just a few days earlier, Freddie Olivas had called him, looking for the murder book. Olivas took possession of the book and then became the one who discovered the Robert Saxon entry. It was Olivas who had brought it to light. Bosch flipped through the chronology. Almost all of the pages corresponding with the dates of the initial investigation were filled in completely with time-marked notations. Only the page marked September 29 had space at the bottom. This would have allowed Olivas to remove the page from the binder, type in the Saxon entry, and then return it to its place, setting the stage for his supposed discovery of this link between Waits and Gesto. Back in 1993, Bosch and Edgar did the 51s on a typewriter in the Hollywood squad room. It was all done on computer now, but there were still plenty of typewriters around most squad rooms for the old-school cops, like Bosch, who couldn't quite grasp the idea of working on a computer. Bosch felt a heavy mixture of relief and anger start to overtake him. The burden of guilt over the mistake he and Edgar had supposedly made was lifting. They were in the clear, and he needed to tell Edgar as soon as he could. But Bosch couldn't embrace the feeling, not yet, because of the growing rage he felt at being victimized by Olivas. He stood up and walked away from the cubicle. He stepped out of the reference room and into the library's main rotunda, where a circular mosaic high up on the walls told the story of the city's founding. Bosch felt like yelling something, exorcising the demon, but he kept quiet. A security guard walked quickly across the floor of the cavernous structure, maybe on his way to put the collar on a book thief or a flasher in the stacks. Bosch watched him go and then went back to his own work. Back in the cubicle, he tried to think through what had happened. Olivas had tampered with the murder book, typing a 2-line entry into the chronology that would make Bosch believe he had made a profound mistake in the early stages of the investigation. The entry said that Robert Saxon had called to report seeing Marie Gesto at the Mayfair supermarket on the afternoon she had disappeared. That was all. It wasn't the content of the call that was important to Olivas. It was the caller. Olivas had wanted to somehow get Raynard Waits into the murder book. Why? To put Bosch on some sort of a guilt trip that would allow Olivas the upper hand and control of the current investigation? Bosch dismissed this. Olivas already had the upper hand and control. He was lead investigator in the Waits case, and Bosch's proprietary hold on the Gesto case would not change that. Bosch was along for the ride, yes, but he wasn't steering the car. Olivas was steering, and therefore the Robert Saxon name plant was not necessary. There had to be another reason. Bosch worked it over for a while, but only came to the weak conclusion that Olivas needed to connect Waits to Gesto. By putting the killer's alias into the book, he was going back 13 years in time and firmly tying Raynard Waits to Marie Gesto. But Waits was about to admit he murdered Gesto. There could be no stronger tie than an uncoerced confession. He was even going to lead authorities to the body. The notation in the chronology would be a minor connection compared with these two. So then why put it in? Ultimately, Bosch was confounded by the risk Olivas had taken. He had tampered with the official record of the murder investigation for seemingly little reason or gain. He had run the risk that Bosch would discover the deceit and call him on it. He had run the risk of the deceit possibly being revealed by a smart lawyer like Maury Swan in court one day. And he did all of this knowing that he didn't have to, knowing that Waits would be tied solidly into the case with a confession. Now Olivas was dead and could not be confronted. There was no one to answer why. Except maybe Raynard Waits. "How's your bullshit deal looking now?" And maybe Ricochet. Bosch thought about everything, and all in a moment it came together. Bosch suddenly knew why Olivas had taken the risk and put the specter of Raynard Waits into the Marie Gesto murder book. He saw it with a clarity that left him no room for doubt. Raynard Waits didn't kill Marie Gesto. He jumped up and started gathering the files together. Clutching them with both hands, he hurried through the rotunda toward the exit. His footfalls echoed behind him in the great room like a crowd of people chasing him. He looked back, but there was nobody there. Chapter 22. Bosch had lost track of time while in the library. He was late. Rachel was already seated and waiting for him. She was holding a large one-sheet menu that obscured the look of annoyance on her face as Bosch was led to the table by a waiter. "Sorry," Bosch said as he sat down. "It's okay," she replied, "but I already ordered for myself. I didn't know if you were going to show or not." She handed the menu across to him. He immediately handed it to the waiter. "I'll have what she's having," he said, "and just the water is fine." He drank from the glass already poured for him while the waiter hurried away. Rachel smiled at him, but not in a nice way. "You're not going to like it. You better call him back." "Why? I like seafood." "Because I ordered the sashimi. You told me the other night that you like your seafood cooked." The news gave him momentary pause, but he decided he deserved to pay for his mistake of arriving late. "It all goes to the same place," he said, dismissing the issue. "But why do they call this place the Water Grill, if they're not grilling the food?" "Good question." "Forget about it. We need to talk. I need your help, Rachel." "With what? What's wrong?" "I don't think Raynard Waits killed Marie Gesto." "What do you mean? He led you to her body. Are you saying that wasn't Marie Gesto?" "No, ID was confirmed today at the autopsy. It was definitely Marie Gesto in that grave." "And Waits was the one who led you to it, right?" "Right." "And Waits was the one who confessed to killing her, right?" "Right." "At autopsy was the cause of death in agreement with that confession?" "Yeah, from what I hear it was." "Then, Harry, you're not making sense. With all of that, how can he not be the killer?" "Because something is going on that we don't know about, that I don't know about. Olivas and O'Shea had some sort of play going with him. I'm not sure what it was, but it all went to shit in Beechwood Canyon." She held up her hands in a hold-it-right-there gesture. "Why don't you start at the beginning? Only tell me facts, no theory, no conjecture. Just give me what you've got." He told her everything, starting with the tampering with the murder book by Olivas and concluding with the detail-by-detail accounting of what had happened when Waits started to climb up the ladder in Beechwood Canyon. He told her what Waits had yelled at O'Shea and what had been edited out of the field trip video. It took him 15 minutes, and during that time their lunch was served. Of course it came fast, Bosch thought. It didn't have to be cooked. He felt lucky to be the one doing all the talking. It gave him a ready excuse not to eat the raw fish put down in front of him. By the time he was finished recounting the story, he could see that Rachel's mind had gone to work on everything. She was grinding it down. "Putting Waits in the murder book doesn't make sense," she said. "It connects him to the case, yes, but he is already connected through his confession and his leading you to the body. So why bother with the murder book?" Bosch leaned across the table to respond. Two things. One, Olivas thought he might need to sell the confession. He had no idea if I'd be able to punch holes in it, so he wanted some insurance. He put weights in the file, and it put me in a position of being preconditioned to believe the confession. Okay, and two? This is where it gets tricky, he said. Putting weights in the book was a way of preconditioning me, but it was also about knocking me off my game. She looked at him, but what he was saying didn't register. You'd better explain that. This is where we go off the known facts and talk about what the facts might mean. Theory, conjecture, whatever you want to call it. Olivas put that line in the chronology and then threw it in my face. He knew that if I saw it and believed it, then I would believe that my partner and I had horribly messed up back in '93, that I would believe people were dead because of our mistake. The weight of all those women Waits killed since then would be on me. Okay. And it would connect me with Waits on an emotional level of pure hate. Yes, I've wanted the guy who killed Marie Gesto for 13 years. But adding in all those other women and putting their deaths on me would bring things to a raw edge when I finally came face to face with the guy. It would distract me. From what? From the fact that Waits didn't kill her. He was confessing to killing Marie Gesto, but he didn't kill her. He made some sort of deal with Olivas, and probably O'Shea, to take the fall for it because he was already going down for all the others. I was so overcome with my hatred that I didn't have my eyes on the prize. I wasn't paying attention to the details, Rachel. All I wanted to do was jump across the table and choke the guy out. You are forgetting something. What? Now she leaned across the table, keeping her voice down so as not to disturb the other diners. He led you to her body. If he didn't kill her, how did he know where to go in the woods? How did he lead you right to her? Bosch nodded. It was a good point, but one he had already thought about. It could have been done. He could have been schooled in his cell by Olivas. It could have been a Hansel and Gretel trick. A trail marked in such a way that only he would notice the markers. I'm going back up to Beechwood this afternoon. My guess is that when I go through there this time, I'll find the markers. Bosch reached over and took her empty plate and exchanged it with his untouched plate. She didn't object. So you're saying that the whole field trip was a setup to convince you, she said. That Waits was fed the basic information about the Marie Gesto murder, and he just regurgitated it all in the confession, then happily led you like Little Red Riding Hood through the woods to the spot where she was buried. He nodded. Yeah, that's what I am saying. When you boil it all down to that, it sounds a little far-fetched, I know, but more than a little. What? More than a little far-fetched. First of all, how did Olivas know the details to give Waits? How did he know where she was buried so he could mark a trail for Waits to follow? Are you saying Olivas killed Marie Gesto? Bosch shook his head emphatically. He thought she was going over the top with her devil's advocate logic, and he was getting annoyed. No, I'm not saying that Olivas was the killer. I am saying he was gotten to by the killer. He and O'Shea. The real killer came to them and made some sort of a deal. Harry, this just sounds so... She didn't finish. She pushed the sashimi on her plate around with her chopsticks, but ate very little of it. The waiter used the moment to approach the table. You didn't like your sashimi? He said to her in a trembling voice. No, She stopped when she realized she had almost a full portion on the plate in front of her. I guess I wasn't very hungry. She doesn't know what she's missing, Bosch said, smiling. I thought it was great. The waiter took the plates off the table and said he would be back with dessert menus. I thought it was great, Walling said in a mocking voice. You jerk. Sorry. The waiter brought the dessert menus, and they both handed them back and ordered coffee. Walling remained quiet after that, and Bosch decided to wait her out. Why now? She finally asked. Bosch shook his head. I don't know exactly. When was the last time you pulled the case and actively worked it? About 5 months ago. The last video I showed you last night, that was the last time I worked it. I was just about to make another run at it. What did you do besides pull Garland in again? Everything. I talked to everybody. I knocked on all the same doors again. I only brought Garland in at the end. You think it was Garland who got to Olivas? For Olivas and maybe O'Shea to make a deal, it would have had to be somebody with juice, lots of money and power. The Garlands have both. The waiter came with their coffee and the check. Bosch put a credit card on it, but the waiter had already left. You want to at least split it? Rachel asked. You didn't even eat. It's okay. Hearing what you have to say makes it worth it. I bet you say that to all the girls. Only the ones who are federal agents. She shook her head. He saw the doubt creep back into her eyes. What? I don't know. It's just... Just what? What if you look at it from Waits's view of things? And? It's such a long shot, Harry. It's like one of those mumbo-jumbo conspiracies. You take all the facts after it's over and move them around to fit some far-fetched theory. Marilyn Monroe didn't overdose. The Kennedys used the mob to kill her, like that. So what about Waits's point of view? I'm just saying, why would he do it? Why would he confess to a murder he didn't commit? Bosch made a dismissive gesture with his hands, as if he were easily pushing something away. That's an easy one, Rachel. He would do it because he had nothing to lose. He was already going down as the Echo Park bagman. If he went to trial, he was no doubt going to get the Jesus juice, just like Olivas reminded him out there yesterday. So his only shot at living was to confess to his crimes, and if, say, the investigator and the prosecutor wanted him to add another killing in for good measure, what was Waits going to say about that? No deal? Don't kid yourself. They had the leverage, and if they told Waits to jump, he would have nodded his head and said, "On who?" She nodded. And there was something else, Bosch added. He knew there would be a field trip, and I'll bet that gave him hope. He knew he might get a shot at an escape. Once they told him that he'd be leading us through the woods, that shot got a little bigger, and no doubt his cooperation got a little better. His whole motivation was probably getting to the field trip. She nodded again. He couldn't tell whether he had convinced her of anything. They were silent for a long moment. The waiter came and took his credit card. Lunch was over. So what are you going to do? She asked. Like I told you, next stop, Beechwood Canyon. After that, I'm going to find the man who can explain everything to me. O'Shea? He'll never talk to you. I know. That's why I'm not going to talk to him. Not yet, at least. You're going to find Waits? He could hear the doubt in her voice. That's right. He's long gone, Harry. You think he would stay around here? He killed 2 cops. His life expectancy in LA is 0. You think he'd stick around with every person with a gun and badge in this county looking for him with a license to kill? He nodded slowly. He's still here, he said with conviction. Everything you said is right, except you forgot one thing. He's got the leverage now. When he escaped, the leverage shifted to Waits, and if he is smart, and it appears he is, he'll use it. He'll stick around, and he'll use O'Shea to maximum potential. You mean blackmail? Whatever. Waits carries the truth. He knows what went down. If he can make it believable that he's a danger to O'Shea and his whole election machine, and if he can contact O'Shea, he can now make the candidate do the jumping. She nodded. You raise a good point about leverage, she said. What if this grand conspiracy of yours had gone down as planned? You know, Waits takes the fall for Gesto and all the others and heads off to Pelican Bay or San Quentin to do his life without. Then the conspirators have this guy sitting in a cell, and he has all the answers and the leverage. He's still a danger to O'Shea and his whole political machine. Why would the future district attorney of Los Angeles County put himself in that position? The waiter brought back the credit card and the final bill. Bosch added a tip and signed it. It had to be the most expensive lunch he had never eaten. He looked up at Rachel when he was finished scribbling his name. Good question, Rachel. I don't know the exact answer to it, but I assume O'Shea or Olivas or somebody had a plan for an endgame. And maybe that's why Waits decided to run. She frowned. "You can't be talked out of this, can you?" "Not yet." "Well, good luck. I think you are going to need it." "Thanks, Rachel." He stood up, and so did she. "Did you valet?" she asked. "No, I'm over in the library garage." It meant they would leave the restaurant by different doors. "Will I see you tonight?" he asked. "If I'm not held up. There's word of a case coming our way from Washington headquarters. How about if I call you?" He said that was fine and walked with her to the door that led to the garage where the valets waited. He hugged her there and said goodbye. Chapter 23. On the way out of downtown, Bosch took Hill Street up to Cesar Chavez and turned left. It soon became Sunset Boulevard, and he drove it through Echo Park. He wasn't expecting to see Raynard Waits crossing at the light or coming out of a Medicina clinic or one of the Migra offices that lined the street. But Bosch was running way out on his instincts on this case, and they told him Echo Park was still in play. The more he drove through, the more he would get a feel for the neighborhood, and the better he would be at his search. Instincts or not, he was sure of one thing. Waits had originally been arrested while on his way to a specific destination in Echo Park. Bosch was going to find it. He pulled into a no-parking zone near Quintero Street and walked up to the Pescado Mojado grill. He ordered camarones a la diabla and showed the booking photo of Waits to the man who took his order and to the patrons waiting in line. He got the usual shake of the head from each customer, and the Spanish conversation among them died off. Bosch took his shrimp plate to a table and finished his food quickly. From Echo Park, he drove home to change from his suit into jeans and a pullover shirt. Then he drove over to Beechwood Canyon and made his way to the top of the hill. The parking clearing below Sunset Ranch was empty, and Bosch wondered if all the activity and media attention from the day before had kept riders away. He got out of his car and went to its trunk. He pulled out a coiled 30-foot length of rope and headed into the brush on the same path he had taken behind Waits the day before. He was only a few steps down the path when his cell phone started vibrating. He stopped, dug the phone out of his blue jeans, and saw on the screen that it was Jerry Edgar calling. Bosch had left him a message earlier while driving home. "How's Kiz?" "Doing better." "You ought to go visit her, man. Get over whatever it is you two need to get over and visit her. You didn't even call yesterday." "Don't worry, I will. I was thinking about cutting out of here early and dropping by." "You going to be there?" "I might. Give me a call when you're going and I'll try to meet you. Anyway, that's not really why I called. There's a couple things I wanted to tell you. First, they got a confirmation on the ID at the autopsy today. It was Marie Gesto." Edgar was silent a moment before responding. "Have you talked to her parents?" "No, not yet. Dan's got that job selling tractors. I was going to call up there tonight when he's home and they're together." "That's what I'd do. What else you got, Harry? I got a guy in a room here, and I'm about to go in and break his ass down on a murder-rape we're working." "Sorry to interrupt. I thought you called me." "I did, man, but I was calling you back real quick in case it was important." "It is important. I thought you'd want to know I think that line that was found in the 51s on this case was phonied. I think when it all shakes out, we'll be clear on it." This time there was no hesitation in his old partner's response. "What are you saying? Waits never called us back then?" "That's right." "Then how'd that entry get into the chrono?" "Somebody added it. Recently. Somebody trying to fuck with me." "God damn it!" Bosch could hear the anger and relief in Edgar's voice. "I haven't slept since you called me up and told me that shit, Harry. They didn't only fuck with you, man." "That's what I figured. That's why I called. I haven't figured it all out, but that's the way it's looking. When I get the whole story, I'll let you know. Now go back to your interview. And nail that guy." "Harry, my man, you just made my day. I'm going to go into the room and crunch this asshole's bones." "I'm glad to hear that. Call me if you're going to see Kiz." "You got it." But Bosch knew Edgar was just paying lip service to the idea. He wouldn't be visiting Kiz, not if he was in the middle of a breaking case like he said. After closing and pocketing the phone, Bosch looked around and took in his surroundings. He looked high and low, from the ground to the overhead canopy, and didn't see any obvious markings. He guessed that there would have been no need for a Hansel and Gretel trail while Waits had been on the clearly defined path. If there were markers, they would be at the bottom of the mudslide embankment. He headed that way. At the top of the precipice, he looped the rope around the trunk of the white oak at the top and was able to rappel down the sheer face to the lower level. He left the rope in place and once again assessed the area from floor to canopy. He saw nothing that readily marked the way to the gravesite, where Marie Gesto had been found. He started walking toward the gravesite, looking for carvings in the trunks of the trees, ribbons in the branches, anything that Waits might have used to lead the way. Bosch got to the gravesite without seeing a single indication of a marked trail. He was disappointed. His lack of findings went against the theory he had outlined for Rachel Walling. But Bosch was sure he was right in his thinking, and he refused to believe there was no trail. He thought it was possible that whatever markings had been there had been trampled over and obliterated by the army of investigators and technicians who had descended on the woods the day before. Refusing to give up, he made his way back to the embankment and then turned and looked toward the gravesite. He tried to put his mind into the position Waits was in. He had never been to the spot before, yet he had to readily choose a direction to go in while everyone else watched. How did he do it? Bosch stood motionless, thinking and looking off into the woods in the direction of the gravesite. He did not move for 5 minutes. After that, he had the answer. In the middle distance, on the sightline to the gravesite, was a tall eucalyptus tree. It was split at ground level, and 2 fully mature trunks rose at least 50 feet through the canopy of other trees. In the split, about 10 feet off the ground, was a branch that had fallen and become lodged horizontally between the trunks. The formation of split trunk and branch created an inverted A that was clearly recognizable and could have been noticed quickly by someone scanning the woods and looking specifically for it. Bosch headed toward the eucalyptus, certain that he had the first marker that Waits had followed. When he reached the position, he looked again in the direction of the gravesite. He slowly scanned until he again picked up on an anomaly that was obvious and unique in terms of the immediate vicinity. He walked toward it. It was a young California oak. What made it noticeable to Bosch from a distance was that its natural balance was off. It had lost the symmetrical spread of its branches because one of the lower limbs was missing. Bosch walked to it and looked up at a broken outcropping on the trunk where a 4-inch thick limb had been attached about 8 feet up. By grabbing a lower branch and pulling himself up into the tree, he was able to examine the break more closely and found that it was not a natural break. The outcropping showed a smooth cut through the top half of the branch. Someone had sawed across the top of the branch and then pulled down on it to break it. Bosch was no tree surgeon, but he thought the cut and break looked recent. The exposed inner wood was light in color, and there was no indication of regrowth or natural repair. Bosch dropped to the ground and looked around in the brush. The fallen limb was nowhere to be found. It had been dragged away so as not to be noticed and cause suspicion. To him, it was further proof that a Hansel and Gretel trail had been left for Waits to follow. He turned and looked in the direction of the final clearing. He was less than 20 yards from the gravesite, and he was easily able to pick out what he believed to be the last marker. High up in the oak tree that shaded the gravesite was a nest that looked like the home of a large bird, an owl or a hawk. He walked to the clearing and looked up. The hair scrunchie Waits had said marked the spot had been removed by the forensics team. Looking further up into the tree, Bosch could not see the nest from directly beneath. Olivas had planned it well. He had used 3 markers recognizable only from a distance. Nothing that would draw a second glance from those following Waits, yet 3 markers that could easily lead him to the gravesite. As his eyes dropped to the open grave at his feet, he remembered that he had noticed a disturbance in the soil the day before. He had credited it to animals foraging in the dirt. Now he believed the disturbance had been left by the first digging into the soil to confirm the gravesite. Olivas had been out here before any of them. He had come out to mark the trail and confirm the grave. He had either been told where to find it or had been led to it by the real killer. Bosch had been staring at the grave and putting the scenario together for several seconds before he realized he was hearing voices. At least 2 men in conversation, their voices approaching. Bosch could hear them moving through the brush, their footfalls heavy in the mud and on the bed of fallen leaves. They were coming from the same direction Bosch had come from. He moved quickly across the small clearing and got behind the massive trunk of the oak tree. He waited, and soon he could tell that the men had reached the clearing. "Right here," said the first voice. "She was right here for 13 years. No shit, this is spooky." Bosch didn't dare look around the tree and risk exposing himself. No matter who it was, media, cops, or even tourists, he didn't want to be seen here. The 2 men stayed in the clearing and batted meaningless conversation back and forth for a few moments. Luckily, neither approached the trunk of the oak and Bosch's position. Then finally, Bosch heard the first voice say, "Well, let's go get this done and get out of here." The men trod off in the direction from which they had come. Bosch looked around the tree and caught a glimpse of them just before they disappeared back into the brush. He saw Osani and another man he assumed was also from the OIS unit. After giving them a head start, Bosch moved from around the tree and crossed the clearing. He took a position behind an old eucalyptus and watched as the OIS men walked back to the sheer facing left by the mudslide. Osani and his partner made so much noise walking through the brush that it was quite easy for Bosch to pick and move his way toward the embankment as well. Under cover of their noise, he got to the eucalyptus that was Waits's first marker and watched the 2 men as they set up to take measurements from the bottom of the embankment to the top. There was a ladder on the facing now, positioned much like the ladder had been the day before. Bosch realized that the 2 men were cleaning up the official report. They were taking distance measurements that had either been forgotten or deemed unnecessary the day before. Today, in light of the political fallout involved, everything was necessary. Osani climbed the ladder to the top while his partner remained below. He then took a tape measure off his belt and pulled out several lengths, passing the end down to his partner. They took measurements with Osani calling out the lengths and his partner writing them down in a notebook. It looked to Bosch as though they were measuring various lengths from the spot on the ground where he had been the day before, to the positions where Waits, Olivas, and Ryder had been. Bosch had no idea what the importance of such measurements would be to the investigation. Bosch's phone started to vibrate in his pocket, and he quickly pulled it out and shut it off. As the screen died, he saw that the incoming number had a 485 prefix, which he knew meant Parker Center. A few seconds later, Bosch heard the ringing of a cell phone in the clearing, where Osani and the other men were working. Bosch peeked around the tree and saw Osani take a phone off his belt. He listened to the caller and then took a sweeping look around the woods, doing a 360-degree turn. Bosch ducked back. "No, Lieutenant," Osani said. "We don't see him. The car's in the lot, but we don't see him. We don't see anybody out here." Osani listened some more and said yes several times before closing the phone and returning it to his belt. He went back to work with the tape measure, and within another minute or so, the 2 OIS men had what they needed. Osani climbed the ladder, and then both men pulled it up the embankment. It was at that moment that Osani noticed the rope looped around the trunk of the white oak at the edge of the embankment. He put the ladder down on the ground and went to the tree. He pulled the rope from under the trunk and started coiling it. He looked out into the woods as he did this, and Bosch moved back behind one of the eucalyptus's 2 trunks. A few minutes later they were gone, loudly trudging back through the woods to the parking clearing the ladder carried between them. Bosch went to the embankment, but waited until he could no longer hear the OIS men before using the roots as handholds to climb up. When he got to the parking clearing, there was no sign of Osani and his partner. Bosch turned his phone back on and waited for it to boot up. He wanted to see if the caller from Parker Center had left a message. Before he could listen, the phone started vibrating in his hand. He recognized the number as one of the lines from the Open Unsolved unit. He took the call. "This is Bosch." "Harry, where are you?" It was Abel Pratt. There was an urgency in his voice. "Nowhere. Why?" "Where are you?" Something told Bosch that Pratt knew exactly where he was. "I'm in Beechwood Canyon. What's going on?" There was a moment of silence before Pratt responded, the urgent tone replaced with one of annoyance. "What's going on is that I just got a call from Lieutenant Randolph at OIS. He says there's a Mustang registered to you sitting in the lot up there. I tell him that's really strange because Harry Bosch is on home duty and is supposed to be staying 1,000,000 miles away from the investigation in Beechwood Canyon." Thinking quickly, Bosch came up with what he thought was a way out. "Look, I'm not investigating anything. I'm looking for something. I lost my challenge coin out here yesterday. I'm just looking for it." "What?" "My RHD chip. It must have come out of my pocket when I was sliding down the embankment or something. I got home last night and it wasn't in my pocket." As he spoke, Bosch reached into his pocket and pulled out the coin he was claiming to have lost. It was a heavy metal coin about the size and width of a casino chip. One side showed a gold detective's badge, and the other side showed the caricature of a detective. Suit, hat, gun, and exaggerated chin set against an American flag background. It was known as a challenge coin or chip, and was a carryover from the practice of elite and specialized military units. Upon acceptance into the unit, a soldier is given a challenge coin and is expected to carry it always. At any time or place, a fellow unit member can ask to see the coin. This most often takes place in a bar or canteen. If the soldier fails to be carrying the coin, then he picks up the tab. The tradition had been observed for several years in the RHD. Bosch had been given his coin upon returning from retirement. "Fuck the coin, Harry," Pratt said angrily. "You can replace it for $10. Stay away from the investigation. Go home and stay home until you hear from me. Am I clear?" "You're clear. Besides, what the fuck? If you lost your coin out there, the forensics people would have found it already. They went over that scene with a metal detector looking for cartridges." Bosch nodded. "Yeah, he sort of forgot about that." "Yeah, Harry, you forgot? Are you bullshitting with me?" "No, Top, I'm not. I forgot. I was bored and I decided to come look for it. I saw Randolph's people and decided to keep my head down. I just didn't think they'd call in my plate." "Well, they did, and then I got the call. I don't like blowback like this, Harry. You know that." "I'm going home right now." "Good. Stay there." Pratt didn't wait for Bosch's response. He clicked off, and Bosch closed his phone. He flipped the heavy coin into the air, caught it in his palm, badge side up, and pocketed it. He then walked to his car. Chapter 24. Something about being told to go home made Bosch not go home. After leaving Beechwood Canyon, he made a stop at St. Joe's to check in on Kiz Ryder. She had changed locations again. She was now out of ICU and on a regular patient floor. She didn't have a private room, but the other bed in the room was empty. They often did that for cops. Speaking was still difficult for her, and the malaise of depression she exhibited that morning had not lifted. Bosch didn't stay long. He passed on a get-well from Jerry Edgar and then left, finally going home as instructed and hauling in the 2 cartons and files he had collected earlier from the Open Unsolved unit. He put the cartons on the floor in the dining room and spread the files out on the table. There was a lot, and he knew he could probably occupy himself for at least a couple days with what he had taken from the office. He went over to the stereo and turned it on. He knew that he already had the Coltrane-Monk collaboration from Carnegie Hall in the machine. The player was on shuffle, and the first song out was called Evidence. Bosch took that as a good sign as he went back to the table. To begin, he had to take an inventory of exactly what he had so he could decide how to approach his review of the material. First and foremost was the copy of the investigative record in the current case Raynard Waits was being prosecuted for. This had been turned over by Olivas, but not studied closely by Bosch and Ryder because their assignments and priorities were the Fitzpatrick and Gesto cases. On the table, Bosch also had the Fitzpatrick murder book Ryder had pulled out of the archives, as well as his secret copy of the Gesto murder book, of which he had already completed a review. Finally, on the floor were the 2 plastic cartons containing whatever pawn records had been salvaged after Fitzpatrick's business was torched and then soaked by fire hoses during the 1992 riots. There was a small drawer in the side of the dining room table. Bosch figured that it had been designed for silverware, but since he used the table more often to work on than to eat on, the drawer contained an assortment of pens and legal pads. He withdrew one of each, deciding that he needed to write down the important aspects of the current investigation. After 20 minutes and 3 torn-off and crumpled pages, his free-form thoughts had filled less than half a page. / arrest. Echo Park. / escape. Parentheses red line, close parentheses. Who is Waits? Where is the castle? Parentheses destination, Echo Park, close parentheses. Beechwood Canyon, / setup, false confession. Who benefits? Why now? Bosch studied the notes for a few moments. He knew that the last 2 questions he had written were actually the starting point. If things had gone according to plan, who would have benefited from Waits's false confession? Waits, for one, by avoiding a death sentence. But the real winner was the real killer. The case would have been closed, all investigations halted. The real killer would escape justice. Bosch looked at the 2 questions again. Who benefits? Why now? He considered them carefully and then reversed their order and considered them again. He came to a single conclusion. His continued investigations of the Marie Gesto case had created a need for something to be done now. He had to believe that he had knocked too hard on someone's door and that the entire Beechwood Canyon plan had come about because of pressure he was continuing to exert on the case. This conclusion led to the answer to the other question at the bottom of the sheet. Who benefits? Bosch wrote, Anthony Garland, Hancock Park. For 13 years, Bosch's instinct had told him Garland was the one. But beyond his instincts, there was no evidence directly connecting Garland to the murder. Bosch had not yet been made privy to the evidence, if any, that was developed during the excavation of the body and the autopsy, but he doubted that after 13 years there would be anything usable, no DNA or forensics that could tie the killer to the body. Garland was a suspect under the replacement victim theory. That is, his rage toward the woman who had dropped him led him to kill a woman who reminded him of her. The shrinks would call it a long-shot theory, but Bosch now moved it front and center. Do the math, he thought. Garland was the son of Thomas Rex Garland, wealthy oil baron from Hancock Park. O'Shea was in a highly contested election battle, and money was the gasoline that kept a campaign engine running. It was not inconceivable that a quiet approach had been made to T-Rex, a deal struck, and a plan enacted. O'Shea gets the money he needs to win the election, Olivas gets the head investigator nod in O'Shea's office, and Waits takes the fall for Gesto, while Garland takes a ride on it. It was said that L.A. was a sunny place for shady people. Bosch knew that better than most. He had no hesitation in believing Olivas had been part of such a scheme. And the thought of O'Shea, a career prosecutor, selling his soul for a shot at the top slot didn't give him pause for very long either. "Run, you coward! How's your bullshit deal looking now?" He opened his phone and called Keisha Russell at the Times. After several rings, he checked his watch and saw it was a few minutes after 5. He realized that she was probably on deadline and ignoring her calls. He left a message at the prompt, asking her to call back. Since it was so late in the day, Bosch decided he had earned a beer. He went to the kitchen and got an Anchor Steam out of the box. He was happy he had gone high-end the last time he bought beer. He took the bottle out on the deck and watched as the heart of rush hour gripped the freeway below. The traffic slowed to a crawl, and the incessant sound of car horns of every variety began. It was just far enough away to be less than intrusive. Bosch was glad he was not down there in the fight. His phone buzzed, and he pulled it out of his pocket. It was Keisha Russell calling back. "Sorry, I was going over tomorrow's story with the copy editor. I hope you spelled my name right." "Actually, you're not in this one, Harry. Surprise." "Glad to hear it. What can you do for me?" I was actually going to ask you to do something for me." "Of course you were. What could it be?" "You're a political reporter now, right? Does that mean you look at campaign contributions?" "I do. I review every filing by every one of my candidates. Why?" He walked back inside and muted the stereo. "This is off the record, Keisha. I'd like to know who has been supporting Rick O'Shea's campaign." "O'Shea? Why?" "I'll tell you when I can tell you. I just need the information right now." "Why do you always do this to me, Harry?" It was true. They had danced like this many times in the past, but their history was that Bosch was always true to his word when he said he would tell her when he could tell her. He hadn't double-crossed her once, and so her protests were banter, a mere prequel to her doing what Bosch wanted her to do. That was part of the dance as well. "You know why," he said, playing his part. "Just help me out, and there will be something for you when the time is right." "Someday I want to decide when the time is right." "Hold on." She clicked off and was gone for almost a minute. As he waited, Bosch stood over the spread of documents on the dining room table. He knew that he was spinning his wheels with this angle on O'Shea and Garland. They could not be touched at the moment. They were guarded by money and the law and the rules of evidence. Bosch knew the correct angle of investigation was to go at Raynard Waite's. His job was to find him and break open the case. "Okay," Russell said after getting back on the line. "I have the most up-to-date filing. What do you want to know?" "How up-to-date is up-to-date?" "This was filed last week, Friday." "Who are his main contributors?" "There's nobody who's really big, if that's what you mean. He's mostly running a grassroots campaign. Most of his contributors are fellow lawyers, almost all of them." Bosch thought of the Century City law firm that handled things for the Garland family now, and had gotten the most recent court order preventing Bosch from questioning Anthony Garland about Marie Gesto without an attorney present. The head of the firm was Cecil Dobbs. "Is one of those lawyers Cecil Dobbs?" Yes, C.C. Dobbs, Century City address. He gave 1,000. Bosch remembered the lawyer in his collection of videotaped interviews with Anthony Garland. "What about Dennis Franks?" "Franks? Yes, a lot of people from that firm contributed." "What do you mean?" "Well, according to election law, you give your home and work address when you make a contribution. Dobbs and Franks have a Century City work address, and, 9, 10, 11 other people gave the same address. They each gave 1,000 too. It's probably all the lawyers in the same firm." "So $13,000 from there, is that it?" "That's it from there, yes." Bosch thought about whether to specifically ask if the name Garland was on the contributors list. He didn't want her making phone calls or snooping around in his investigation. "No big corporate contributors?" "Nothing of major consequence." "Why don't you tell me what you're looking for, Harry? You can trust me." He decided to go for it. "You have to hold on to it until you hear from me. No phone calls, no inquiries. You just sit on this, right?" "Right, until I hear from you." "Garland. Thomas Rex Garland, Anthony Garland. Anybody like that on there?" No." "Isn't Anthony Garland the kid you were looking at once for Marie Gesto?" Bosch almost cursed out loud. He was hoping she wouldn't make the connection. A decade earlier, when she was a hellion on the cop beat, she had come across a search warrant application he had filed in an effort to search Anthony Garland's home. The application had been rejected for lack of probable cause, but the filing was public record, and at the time Russell, the ever-industrious reporter, routinely combed through the search warrants at the courthouse. Bosch had talked her out of writing a story identifying the scion of the local oil family as a suspect in the Gesto murder, but here it was a decade later, and she remembered the name. "You can't do anything with this, Keisha," he responded. "What are you doing?" "Raynard Waits confessed to Gesto." "Are you saying that was bullshit?" "I'm not saying anything. I was simply curious about something, that's all. Now you cannot do anything with this. We have a deal. You sit on this until you hear from me." "You're not my boss, Harry. How come you are talking to me like you're my boss?" "I'm sorry. I just don't want you running off and going crazy on this. It could hurt what I've got going. We have a deal, right? You just said I can trust you." It was a long time before she answered. "Yes, we have a deal, and yes, you can trust me. But if this is going where I think you are going with it, I want updates and reports. I'm not just going to sit around waiting to hear from you after you get the full package put together. If I don't hear from you, Harry, I'm going to get nervous. When I get nervous, I do some crazy things, make some crazy phone calls." Bosch shook his head. He should never have made the call to her. "I understand, Keisha," he said. "You'll be hearing from me." He closed the phone, wondering what fresh hell he might have just unleashed on Earth, and when it would come back to bite him. He trusted Russell, but only to the limit he could trust any reporter. He finished his beer and went to the kitchen for another. As soon as he popped the top, his phone buzzed. It was Keisha Russell again. "Harry, have you ever heard of Go Industries?" He had. Go Industries was the current corporate titling of a company started 80 years earlier as Garland Oil Industries. The company had a logo in which the word Go had wheels and was slanted forward to look as if it were a speeding car. "What about it?" he responded. "Headquartered downtown in the Arco Plaza. I count 12 employees of Go making $1,000 contributions to O'Shea. How's that?" "That's fine, Keisha. Thanks for calling back." "Did O'Shea get a payoff to put Gesto on Waits? Is that it?" Bosch groaned into the phone. "No, Keisha, that's not what happened, and that's not what I am looking at. If you make any calls in this regard, you will compromise what I am doing and could be putting yourself, me, and others in danger. Now, would you please drop it until I can tell you exactly what is going on and when you can run with it?" Once again, she hesitated before answering, and it was in that space of silence that Bosch began to wonder if he could still trust her. Maybe her move from police to politics had changed something in her. Maybe, as with most who worked in the realm of politics, her sense of integrity had been sanded down by exposure to the world's oldest profession, political whoring. "Okay, Harry, I got it. I was just trying to help. But you remember what I said? I want to hear from you soon." "You will, Keisha. Good night." He closed the phone and tried to shake off his concerns about the reporter. He thought about the information he had gotten from her. Between Go and the law firm of Cecil Dobbs, O'Shea had received at least $25,000 in campaign contributions from people who could be directly tied to the Garlands. It was spread out and legal, but nevertheless, it was a strong indication that Bosch was on the right track. He felt a satisfying tug in his guts. He had something to work with now. He just had to find the right angle from which to work it. He went to the table in the dining room and looked at the array of police reports and records spread out in front of him. He picked up the file marked Waits-Background and started to read. Chapter 25. From the standpoint of law enforcement, Raynard Waits was a rarity as a murder suspect. When his van was pulled over in Echo Park, The LAPD in effect had captured a killer the department wasn't even looking for. In fact, Waits was a killer no department or agency was looking for. There was no file on him in any drawer or computer anywhere. No FBI profile or background briefing existed to refer to. They had a killer, and they had to start from scratch with him. This presented a whole new angle of investigation for Detective Freddie Olivas and his partner Ted Colbert. The case came to them with a momentum that simply dragged them with it. Everything was about moving forward toward prosecution. There was little time or inclination to go backwards. Waits was arrested in possession of bags containing the parts of 2 murdered women. It was a slam dunk, and that precluded the need to know exactly who they had in custody and what had brought him to be in that van on that street at that time. Consequently, little in the file in the present case helped Bosch. The file contained records of the investigative work related to attempts to identify the victims and drawing the physical evidence together for the impending prosecution. The background information in the file was simply basic data on Waits, either provided by the suspect himself or culled by Olivas and Colbert during routine computer searches. The bottom line was that they knew little about the man they were prosecuting, but what they knew was enough. Bosch completed his read-through of the file in 20 minutes. When he was finished, once again he had less than a half-page of notes on his pad. He had constructed a short timeline that charted the suspect's arrests, admissions, and use of the names Raynard Waits and Robert Saxon. 4/30/92. Daniel Fitzpatrick murdered, Hollywood. 5/18/92. Raynard Waits, DOB 11371, DL issued, Hollywood. 2/01/93. Robert Saxon, DOB 11375, arrested prowling, ID'd as Raynard Waits, DOB 11371 through DL thumbprint. 9/09/93. Marie Gesto abducted, Hollywood. 5/11/05. Raynard Waits, DOB 11371, arrested 187 Echo Park. Bosch studied the timeline. He found 2 things worth noting. Waits supposedly didn't get a driver's license until he was 20, and no matter which name he used, he always gave the same month and day of birth. While he once offered 1975 as his year of birth in an attempt to be considered a juvenile, he uniformly gave 1971 at other times. Bosch knew that the latter was a practice often employed by people switching identities. Change the name but keep some of the other details the same to avoid getting confused or forgetting basic information. An obvious giveaway, especially if it's a cop asking for it. Bosch knew from the record searches earlier in the week that there was no birth record of Raynard Waits or Robert Saxon with the corresponding 1103 birth date in Los Angeles County. The conclusion he and Kis Ryder had reached from this was that both names were false. But now Bosch considered that maybe the birth date of 1103/71 was not false. Maybe Waits, or whoever he was, kept his real date of birth as he changed his name. Bosch now looked at the close proximity between the date of the Fitzpatrick murder and the date of issue of Waits's driver's license. It was less than a month. He added to this the fact that according to the records, Waits did not apply for a driver's license until he was 20. He thought it was unlikely that a boy growing up in the autotopia of L.A. would wait until he was 20 to get his driver's license. It was yet one more indication that Raynard Waits was not his name. Bosch started to feel it. Like a surfer waiting for the right swell before starting to paddle, he felt his wave coming in. He thought that what he was looking at was the birth of a new identity. 18 days after he murdered Daniel Fitzpatrick under cover of the riots, the man who killed him walked into a DMV office in Hollywood and applied for a driver's license. He gave November 3, 1971, as a date of birth and the name Raynard Waits. He would have had to provide a birth certificate, but that would not have been too hard to come up with if he knew the right people. Not in Hollywood, not in L.A. Getting a phony birth certificate would have been an easy, almost risk-free task. Bosch believed that the Fitzpatrick murder and the change of ID were connected. It was a cause and effect. Something about the murder caused the killer to change his identity. This belied the confession given 2 days earlier by Raynard Waite. He had characterized the murder of Daniel Fitzpatrick as a thrill kill, an opportunity to indulge a long-held fantasy. He went out of his way to depict Fitzpatrick as a victim chosen at random, chosen simply because he was there. But if that was truly the case, and if the killer had no previous connection to the victim, then why did the killer act almost immediately to reinvent himself with a new identity? Within 18 days, the killer procured a false birth certificate and got a new driver's license. Raynard Waite was born. Bosch knew there was a contradiction in what he was considering. If the killing of Fitzpatrick had taken place as Waite had confessed, then there would have been no reason for him to quickly create a new identity. But the facts, the timeline of the murder and the issuance of the driver's license, contradicted this. The conclusion to Bosch was obvious. There was a connection. Fitzpatrick was not a random victim. He could, in fact, be linked in some way to his killer, and that was why his killer changed his name. Bosch got up and took his empty bottle to the kitchen. He decided that 2 beers was enough. He needed to stay sharp and up on the wave. He went back out to the stereo and put in the masterpiece, Kind of Blue. It never failed to give him the charge. All Blues was the first song out of the shuffle, and it was like being dealt blackjack at a $25 table. It was his favorite, and he let it ride. Back at the table, he opened the Fitzpatrick murder book and started to read. His writer had handled it earlier, but she had simply been engaged in a review to prepare for taking Waite's confession. She wasn't looking for the hidden connection Bosch was now seeking. The investigation of Fitzpatrick's death had been carried out by 2 detectives temporarily assigned to the Riot Crimes Task Force. Their work was cursory at best. Few leads were followed because there weren't many to follow in the first place, and because of the overriding pallor of futility that fell over all the cases associated with the riots. Almost all acts of violence associated with the 3 days of widespread unrest were random. People robbed, raped, and murdered indiscriminately and at will, simply because they could. No witnesses to the attack on Fitzpatrick were located. No forensic evidence was found other than the can of lighter fluid, and it had been wiped clean. Most of the shop's records had been destroyed by fire or water. What was left was put in 2 cartons and ignored. The case was treated as a dead end from the moment it was born. It was orphaned and archived. The murder book was so thin that Bosch finished his front-to-back read-through in less than 20 minutes. He had taken no notes, gotten no ideas, seen no connections. He felt the tide ebbing. His ride on the wave was coming to an end. He thought about getting another beer out of the box and attacking the case all over again the next day. Then the front door opened and Rachel Walling walked in, carrying takeout cartons from Chinese friends. Bosch stacked the reports on the dining room table so there would be room to eat. Rachel brought plates from the kitchen and opened the cartons. Bosch got the last 2 anchors out of the refrigerator. They small-talked for a while, and then he told her what he had been doing since lunch and what he had learned. He could tell by her reserved comments that she was not convinced by his description of the trail he had found in Beechwood Canyon. But when he showed her the timeline he had worked up, she readily agreed with his conclusions about the killer's changing of ID after the Fitzpatrick murder. She also agreed that while they didn't have the killer's real name, they might have his real birth date. Bosch looked down at the 2 plastic cartons on the floor. "Then I guess it's worth the shot," he said. She leaned to the side so she could see what he was looking at. "What are those?" "Pawn slips, mostly. All the records salvaged after the fire. Back in '92, they were all wet. They dropped them in the boxes and they forgot about them. Nobody's ever looked through them all." "Is that what we're doing tonight, Harry?" He looked up at her and smiled. He nodded. After they were finished eating, they decided that they would take a carton each. Bosch suggested that they take them out onto the back deck because of the musty smell that would come from the cartons once they were opened. Rachel readily agreed. Bosch lugged the cartons out and then got 2 empty cardboard boxes from the carport. They sat down in deck chairs and began the work. Taped to the top of the carton Bosch chose was a 3x5 card that said Main File Cabinet. Bosch took the top off and used it to try to wave away the fumes that came out. The carton contained mostly pink pawn slips and 3x5 cards that had been haphazardly put in the container as if with a shovel. There was nothing ordered or neat about the records. Water damage was high. Many of the slips had stuck together while wet, and the ink on others was smeared and unreadable. Bosch looked over at Rachel and saw her dealing with the same issues. "This is bad, Harry," she said. "I know. Just do the best you can. It might be our last hope." There was no way to begin but simply to dig in. Bosch pulled out a wad of slips, brought them up to his lap, and started going through them, attempting to make out the name, address, and birth date of each customer who had pawned something through Fitzpatrick. Each time he looked at a slip, he checked the top corner with a red pencil from the dining room table drawer and dropped it into the cardboard box on the other side of his chair. They were at it a solid half-hour, working without conversation, when Bosch heard the phone in the kitchen ring. He thought about letting it go, but knew it might be a call from Hong Kong. He got up. "I didn't even know you had a landline," Walling said. "Not many people do." He grabbed the phone on the 8th ring. It wasn't his daughter. It was Abel Pratt. "Just checking on you," he said. "I figure if I get you on the house line and you say you're home, then you're really home." "What am I, under house arrest now?" "No, Harry, I'm just worried about you, that's all." "Look, there will be no blowback from me, okay? But home duty does not mean I have to be at home 24/7. I checked with the union." I know, but it does mean you do not take part in any job-related investigation." "Fine." "What are you doing, then?" "I'm sitting on the back deck with a friend. We're having a beer and enjoying the night air. Is that okay with you, Top?" "Anybody I know?" "I doubt it. She doesn't like cops." Pratt laughed, and it seemed that Bosch had finally put him at ease about what he was doing. "Then I'll let you get back to it. Have a good one, Harry." "I will if I can stay off the phone. I'll call in tomorrow." "I'll be there." "And I'll be here. Good night." He hung up, checked the refrigerator for hidden or lost beers, and returned to the deck empty-handed. Rachel was waiting for him with a smile on her face and a water-stained 3x5 card in her hand. Attached to it with a paper clip was a pink pawn slip. "Got it," she said. She handed it to him, and Bosch stepped back inside the house, where the lighting was better. He read the card first. It was written on with blue ink that was partially smeared by water, but still legible. Unsatisfied customer, 02-12-92. Customer complained that property was sold before 90-day pawn period expired. Shown pawn slip and corrected. Customer complained that 90 days should not have included weekends and holidays. Cursed/slam door. DGF. The pink pawn slip attached to the complaint card carried the name Robert Foxworth, the DOB 110371, and an address on Fountain in Hollywood. The item pawned on October 8, 1991, was listed as an heirloom medallion. Foxworth had been given $80 for it. There was a fingerprint square at the bottom right corner of the slip. Bosch could see the ridges of a fingerprint, but the ink had either worn away or leached out of the paper because of the moisture contained in the storage carton. "The DOB is a match," Rachel said. "Plus, the name connects on 2 levels." "What do you mean?" "Well, he took Robert forward when he used the name Robert Saxon, and he took the Fox in Foxworth forward when he used Reynard. Maybe that's where this whole Reynard thing came from. If his real name is Foxworth, maybe when he was a kid his parents told him stories about a fox named Reynard." "If his real name is Foxworth," Bosch repeated, "maybe we just found another alias." "Maybe. But at least it's something you didn't have before. Bosch nodded. He could feel his excitement building. She was right. Finally, they had a new angle to pursue. Bosch pulled out his phone. I'm going to run the name and see what happens. He called Central Dispatch and asked a service operator to run the name and birth date they had found on the pawn slip. It came back clean and with no record of a current driver's license. He thanked the operator and hung up. Nothing, he said, not even a driver's license. But that's good, Rachel said. Don't you see? Robert Foxworth would be about to turn 35 right now. If there's no history or current license, then that is further confirmation that he is no more, that he's either dead or he became someone else. Raynard waits. She nodded. I guess I was hoping for a DL with an Echo Park address, Bosch said. I guess that's too much to ask for. Maybe not. Is there a way in this state to check defunct driver's licenses? Robert Foxworth, if that's his real name, probably got a license when he turned 16 in 1987. When he switched identities, it would have expired. Bosch considered this. He knew that the state did not start requiring a thumbprint from licensed drivers until the early 90s. It meant Foxworth could have gotten a driver's license in the late 80s, and there would be no way to connect him to his new identity as Raynard Waits. I could check with DMV in the morning. It's not something I can get through communications dispatch tonight. There is something else you can check tomorrow, she said. Remember the quick and dirty profile I did the other night? I said these early crimes weren't aberrations. He built up to them. Bosch understood. A juvie jacket. She nodded. You might find a juvenile record on Robert Foxworth, again, if that's his real name. It wouldn't have been accessible through dispatch either. She was right. State law kept juvenile records from trailing an offender into adulthood. The name may have come up clean when Bosch called dispatch to run it, but that didn't mean it was squeaky clean. As with the driver's license information, Bosch would have to wait until morning, when he could get into the juvenile records at the Department of Probation. But as soon as his hopes were lifted, he knocked them down again. Wait a minute, that doesn't work, he said. His prints would have drawn a match. When they ran his prints as Raynard Waits, they would have hit the prints taken from Robert Foxworth as a juvenile. His record might not be available, but the prints stay in the system. Maybe, maybe not. Two separate systems, two separate bureaucracies. The crossover doesn't always work. That was true, but it was more wishful thinking than anything else. Bosch now reduced the juvenile angle to a long shot. It was more likely that Robert Foxworth had never been in the juvenile system. Bosch was beginning to think the name was just another false identity in a string of them. Rachel tried to change the subject. What do you think about this heirloom medallion he pawned? She asked. I have no idea. The fact that he wanted to get it back is interesting. Makes me think maybe it wasn't stolen. Like maybe it belonged to someone in his family and he needed to get it back. It would explain him cursing and slamming doors, I guess. She nodded. Bosch yawned, and all at once he realized how tired he was. He had been running all day just to get to this name and the uncertainties that accompanied it. The case was crowding his brain. Rachel seemed to read him. Harry, I say we quit while we're ahead and have another beer. I don't know how far ahead we are, but I could use another beer, Bosch said. There's only one problem with that. What? No more beer. Harry, you invited a girl over to do your dirty work and help you crack the case, and all you give her is one beer? What's wrong with you? What about wine? You have some wine? Bosch shook his head sadly. But I'm on my way to the store. That's good. I'm on my way to the bedroom. I'll be waiting for you there. Then I won't delay. Make mine a red wine, will you? I'm on it. Bosch hurried from the house. He had parked earlier at the front curb so that Rachel could use the carport if she came over. As he walked out the front door, he noticed a vehicle sitting at the opposite curb 2 houses down. The vehicle, a silver SUV, caught his eye because it was parked in a red zone. There was no parking allowed along that curb, since it was too close to the next curve in the road. A car could come around the bend and easily collide with any car parked there. As Bosch looked up the street, the SUV suddenly took off without its lights on. It sped north around the bend and disappeared. Bosch ran to his car, jumped in, and headed north after the SUV. He drove as fast as he could safely go. Within 2 minutes, he had followed the curving street around to the four-way stop at Mulholland Drive. There was no sign of the SUV, and it could have gone in any of 3 directions from the stop. Shit! Bosch sat at the intersection for a long moment, thinking about what he had just seen and what it might mean. He decided that it either meant nothing or it meant someone was watching his house and therefore watching him. But at the moment there was nothing he could do. He let it go. He turned left and drove Mulholland at a safe speed all the way down to Cahuenga. He knew there was a liquor store near Lancashire. He headed there, checking the rear-view mirror for a trailer the whole way. Chapter 26. Home duty or not, Bosch dressed in a suit the next morning before heading out. He knew it would give him an aura of authority and confidence while dealing with government bureaucrats. And by 20 minutes after 9, it had paid off. He had a solid lead. The Department of Motor Vehicles Archives had produced a driver's license issued to a Robert Foxworth on November 3, 1987, the day he turned 16 and was eligible to drive. The license was never renewed in California, but there was no DMV record of the holder being deceased. This meant Foxworth had either moved to another state and was licensed there, decided he no longer wanted to drive, or changed identities. Bosch was betting on the third option. The address on the license was the lead. It listed Foxworth's residence as the Los Angeles County Department of Children and Family Services, 3075 Wilshire Boulevard, Los Angeles. In 1987, he had been a juvenile ward of the county. He either had no parents or they had been declared unfit to raise him, and he was removed from them. The designation of DCFS as his address meant that he was either housed in one of the department's youth halls or had been placed in its foster care program. Bosch knew all of this because he, too, had had such a designation on his first driver's license. He, too, had been a ward of the county. As Bosch stepped out of the DMV offices on Spring Street, he felt a renewed surge of energy. He had broken through what had seemed to be a dead end the night before and had turned it into a solid lead. As he headed to his car, his cell phone vibrated, and he answered it without breaking stride or looking at the screen, hoping that it would be Rachel and that he'd be able to share the good news. "Harry, where are you? No one answered the home line." It was Abel Pratt. Bosch was getting tired of his constant checking up on him. "I'm on my way to visit Kiz. Is that all right with you?" "Sure, Harry, except you're supposed to check in with me." "Once a day. It's not even 10 o'clock. "I want to hear from you every morning." "Whatever. Tomorrow's Saturday. Should I call you? What about Sunday?" "Don't go overboard. I'm just trying to look out for you, you know." "Sure, Top, whatever you say." "You heard the latest, I take it." Bosch stopped in his tracks. "They cut weights?" "No, I wish." "Then what?" "It's all over the news. Everybody's worked up about it down here. Some girl got snatched off the street in Hollywood last night. Pulled into a van on Hollywood Boulevard. The division had those new street cameras installed last year, and one of the cameras caught part of the abduction. I haven't seen it, but they say it's Waits. He's changed his look, shaved his head, I think, but they're saying it was him. There's a press conference at 11, and they're going to show the tape to the world." Bosch felt a dull thud pound in his chest. He had been right about Waits not leaving town. He wished now he had been wrong. As he had these thoughts, he realized that he still thought of the killer as Raynard Waits. It didn't matter if he was truly Robert Foxworth. Bosch knew he would always think of him as Waits. "Did they get a plate off the van?" he asked. "No, it was covered. All they put out was that it was a plain white Econoline van, like the other one he used, but older. Look, I've got to go. I just wanted to check in." Hopefully, this is the last day. OIS will finish up and you'll be back in the unit. Yeah, that would be good. But listen, during his confession, Waite said he had a different van in the 90s. Maybe the task force should get somebody to look through old DMV registrations under his name. They might come up with a plate to go with the van. It's worth a shot, I'll tell them. Okay. Stay close to home, Harry. And give my regards to Kiz. Right. Bosch closed the phone, happy that he'd been able to come up with the Kiz line on the spot like that. But he also knew that he was becoming a good liar with Pratt, and that didn't make him very happy. Bosch got into his car and headed toward Wilshire Boulevard. The call from Pratt had increased his sense of urgency. Waits had abducted another woman, but there had been nothing in the files to indicate that he killed his victims immediately. That meant the latest victim might still be alive. Bosch knew that if he could get to Waits, he could save her. The DCFS offices were crowded and loud. He waited at a records counter for 15 minutes before he got the attention of a clerk. After taking Bosch's information and typing it into a computer, she told him that there was indeed a juvenile file relating to Robert Foxworth, DOB 110371, but that to see it, he would need a court order authorizing his search of the records. Bosch just smiled. He was too excited by the fact that a file was actually still in existence to be upset by one more frustration. He thanked her and told her he would be back with the court order. Bosch stepped back out into the sunlight. He knew he was at a crossroads now. Dancing around the truth of where he was during phone calls with Abel Pratt was one thing, but if he was to apply for a search warrant seeking the DCFS records without departmental approval, coming in the form of a supervisor's okay, then he would be completely going off the reservation. He would be conducting a rogue investigation and committing a firing offense. He figured he could take what he had into Randolph at OIS or the Fugitive Task Force and let them run with it, or he could go the rogue route and accept the possible consequences. Since coming back from retirement, Bosch had felt less constricted by the rules and regulations of the department. He had already walked out the door once and knew that if push came to shove, he would be able to do it again. The second time would be easier. He didn't want it to come to that, but he could do it if he had to. He pulled out his phone and made the one call he knew might save him from making a choice between two bad options. Rachel Walling answered her cell on the second ring. "So, what's happening over there in Tactical?" he asked. "Oh, we always have something happening here. How did it go downtown? Did you hear that Waits abducted another woman last night?" She had a habit of asking more than one question at a time, especially when she was excited. Bosch told her that he had heard about the abduction and then related the tale of his morning's activities. "So, what are you going to do?" "Well, I'm thinking about seeing if the FBI might be interested in joining the case." "And what about the case would carry it across the federal threshold?" "You know, corruption of public officials, campaign finance violations, kidnapping, cats and dogs living together, the usual stuff." She stayed serious. "I don't know, Harry. You open that door and there's no telling where it will go. But I've got an insider, somebody who will watch out for me and safeguard the case." "Wrong. They probably wouldn't let me anywhere near this. It's not my group, and there's the conflict of interest." "What conflict? We've worked together before." "I'm just telling you how this will likely be received." "Look, I need a search warrant. If I go off the reservation to get one, I probably won't be able to come back on again. I know it will be the last straw with Pratt, that's for sure. But if I can say that I was brought into a federal investigation, then that would give me a valid explanation. It would give me an out. All I want is to look at Foxworth's DCFS file. I think it will lead us to whatever's in Echo Park." She was quiet for a long moment before responding. "Where are you right now?" "I'm still at DCFS." "Go get a donut or something. I'll be there as soon as I can." "You sure?" "No, but that's what we're going to do." She hung up the phone. Bosch closed his and looked around. Instead of a donut, he went over to a newspaper box and got the morning edition of the Times. He took a seat on the planter that ran along the front length of the DCFS building and looked through the paper for stories on the Raynard Waite and Beechwood Canyon investigations. There was no story on the abduction on Hollywood Boulevard because that had occurred during the night and long after the paper's deadline. The coverage of the Waite story had moved off the front page to the state and local section, but it was still extensive. There were 3 stories in all. The most prominent report was on the so far unsuccessful nationwide search for the escaped serial killer. Most of the information had already been rendered obsolete by the events of the night. There was no nationwide search anymore. Waite's was still here, in the city. This story jumped inside the section and was framed by 2 sidebars. One was an update on the investigation that filled in some of the details of what had happened during the shootout and escape, and the other story was a political update. This latter story was written by Keisha Russell, and Bosch quickly scanned it to see if anything they had discussed about Ricochet's campaign financing had gotten into the paper. Luckily, there was nothing, and he felt his trust in her rising. Bosch finished reading the stories, and there was still no sign of Rachel. He moved into other sections of the paper, studying the box scores of sporting events he cared nothing about and reading reviews of movies he would never see. When there was nothing left for him to read, he put the paper aside and started pacing in front of the building. He became anxious, worried that he'd lose the edge the morning's discoveries had given him. He got out his phone to call her, but decided instead to call St. Joseph's Hospital and check on Kizz Ryder's condition. He was transferred to the 3rd-floor nursing station and was then put on hold. While he was waiting to be connected, he saw Rachel finally pull up in a Federal cruiser. He closed the phone, crossed the sidewalk, and met her as she was getting out. "What's the plan?" he said by way of greeting. "What, no how are you doing, or thanks for coming?" "Thanks for coming. What's the plan?" They started walking into the building. "The plan is the Federal plan. I go in and draw down on the man in charge the full force and weight of the government of this great country. I raise the specter of terrorism, and he gives us the file." Bosch stopped. "You call that a plan?" "It's worked pretty well for us for more than 50 years. She didn't stop. He now had to hurry to catch up. "How do you know it's a man in charge?" "Because it always is. Which way?" He pointed straight ahead in the main hallway. Rachel didn't break stride. "I didn't wait around for 40 minutes for this, Rachel." "You have a better idea?" "I had a better idea. A Federal search warrant, remember?" "That was a non-starter, Bosch. I told you. I open that door and you get trampled. This is better, in and out. If I get you the file, I get you the file. Doesn't matter how." She was 2 paces in front of him now, moving with Federal momentum. Bosch secretly started to believe. She moved through the double doors beneath the sign that said Records, with an authority and command presence that could not be questioned. The clerk Bosch had dealt with was at the counter speaking with another citizen. Walling stepped right up and didn't wait for an invitation to speak. She drew her credentials from her suit jacket pocket in one smooth move. "FBI, I need to see your office manager in regard to a matter of urgency." The clerk looked at her with an unimpressed face. "I will be with you as soon as "You're with me now, honey. Go get your boss, or I'll go get him. This is life or death urgent." The woman made a face that seemed to indicate she had never encountered such rudeness before. Without a word to the citizen in front of her, or anyone else, she stepped away from the counter and walked to a door behind a row of cubicles. They waited less than a minute. The clerk stepped back out through the door, followed by a man wearing a white short-sleeved shirt and a maroon tie. He came directly to Rachel Walling. "I'm Mr. Osborne. How can I help you?" "We need to step into your office, sir. This is a highly confidential matter." "Over this way, please." He pointed to a swing door at the far end of the counter. Bosch and Walling walked down to it, and its lock was buzzed open. They followed Osborne back through the rear door to his office. Rachel let him get a look at her credentials once he was seated behind a desk festooned with dusty Dodgers memorabilia. There was a wrapped sandwich from Subway, front and center on his desk. "What's this all—" "Mr. Osborne, I work for the Tactical Intelligence Unit here in Los Angeles. I'm sure you understand what that means. And this is Detective Harry Bosch of the LAPD. We're working a joint investigation of high importance and urgency. We've learned from your clerk that there exists a file pertaining to an individual named Robert Foxworth, date of birth 11/3/71. It is vitally important that we be allowed to review that file immediately. Osborne nodded, but what he said didn't go with a nod. I understand, but here at DCFS we work under very precise laws, state laws that protect the children. The records of our juvenile wards are not open to the public without court order. My hands are— Sir, Robert Foxworth is no longer a juvenile. He is 34 years old. The file might contain information that will lead us to the containment of a very grave threat to this city. It will undoubtedly save lives. I know, but you have to understand that we are not— I do understand. I understand perfectly that if we don't see that file now, we could be talking about a loss of human life. You don't want that on your conscience, Mr. Osborne, and neither do we. That's why we are on the same team. I'll make a deal with you, sir. We will review the file right here in your office with you watching. In the meantime, I will get on the phone and instruct a member of my team at Tactical to draw up a search warrant. I will see to it that it is signed by a judge and furnished to you before the end of business today. Well, I'd have to call it up from archives. Are the archives here in the building? Yes, down below. Then please call archives and get that file up here. We don't have a lot of time, sir. Just wait here. I will handle it personally. Thank you, Mr. Osborne. The man left the office, and Rachel looked at Bosch with a slight smile. Now let's hope he doesn't change his mind, she said. You're good, he responded. I tell my daughter that she could talk a zebra out of its stripes. I think you could talk a tiger out of its. If I get this, you owe me another lunch at Water Grill. Fine, just no sashimi. They waited for Osborne's return for nearly 15 minutes. When he came back to the office, he was carrying a file folder that was nearly an inch thick. He presented it to Walling, who took the file as she was standing up. Bosch took the cue and stood as well. We'll get this back to you as soon as possible, she said. Thank you, Mr. Osborne. Wait a minute, you said you were going to look at it here. Rachel was heading toward the office door, gathering that momentum again. There's no longer time, Mr. Osborne. We have to move. You'll have the file back by tomorrow morning. She was already through the door. Bosch followed, closing it behind him on Osborne's final words. What about the court order? As they passed behind the clerk, Walling asked her to buzz them out. Rachel kept a 2-pace lead on Bosch as they headed out into the hallway. He liked walking behind her and admiring how she handled herself. Command presence in spades. Is there a Starbucks around here where we could sit and look at this thing? I'd like to look before heading back. There's always a Starbucks around. Out on the sidewalk, they walked east until they came to a tiny luncheonette that had a small inside counter with stools. It beat looking for a Starbucks, so they went in. While Bosch ordered 2 coffees from the man behind the counter, Rachel opened the file. By the time the coffees were put down on the counter and paid for, she had a 1-page lead on him. They sat side by side, and she passed each page to him after she was finished her review of it. They worked silently, and neither one drank their coffee. Buying the coffee had merely bought them the workspace at the counter. The first document in the file was a copy of Foxworth's birth certificate. He was born at Queen of Angels Hospital. The mother was listed as Rosemary Foxworth, DOB 62154, Philadelphia, PA, and the father was listed as unknown. The mother's address was an apartment on Orchid Avenue in Hollywood. Bosch placed the address in the middle of what was now called the Kodak Center, part of the Hollywood renovation and rebirth plan. It was all glitz and glass and red carpets now, but back in 1971 it would have been a neighborhood patrolled by streetwalkers and hypes. The birth certificate also listed the doctor who delivered the child and a hospital social worker involved in the case. Bosch did the math. Rosemary Foxworth was 17 years old when she gave birth to her son. No father listed or in attendance. No father known. The listing of a social worker meant the county was picking up the tab on the delivery, and the home address did not bode well for a happy start for baby Robert. All of this led to a picture developing like a Polaroid in Bosch's mind. He guessed that Rosemary Foxworth had been a runaway from Philadelphia, that she hit Hollywood and shared a flop apartment with others like her. She probably worked the nearby streets as a prostitute. She probably used drugs. She gave birth to the boy, and then the county eventually stepped in and took him away. As Rachel passed him more documents, the sad story was borne out. Robert Foxworth was removed from his mother's custody at age 2 and taken into the DCFS system. For the next 16 years of his life, he was in and out of foster homes and youth halls. Bosch noted that among the facilities where he had spent time was the McLaren Youth Hall in El Monte, a place where Bosch himself had spent a number of years as a child. The file was replete with psychiatric evaluations conducted annually or upon Foxworth's frequent returns from foster care homes. In total, the file charted the journey of a broken life. Sad, yes. Unique, no. It was the story of a child taken from his one parent and then equally mistreated by the flawed institution that had taken him. Foxworth floated from place to place. He had no real home or family. He probably never knew what it was like to be wanted or loved. Reading through the pages brought up memories in Bosch. 2 decades before Foxworth's journey through the system, Bosch had charted his own path. He had survived with his own set of scars, but the damage was nothing compared with the extent of Foxworth's injuries. The next document Rachel handed him was a copy of a death certificate for Rosemary Foxworth. She died March 5, 1986, of complications stemming from drug use and hepatitis C. She had died in the jail ward at County USC Medical Center. Robert Foxworth would have been 14. Here we go, Rachel suddenly said. What? His longest stay in any foster home was in Echo Park. And the people he stayed with? Harlan and Janet Saxon. What's the address? 710 Figueroa Lane. He was there from 83 to 87. Almost 4 years total. He must have liked them, and I guess they liked him back. Bosch leaned over to look at the document in front of her. He was on Figueroa Terrace, only a couple of blocks from there when he got pulled over with the bodies, he said. If they had followed him for just 1 more minute, they would have had the place. If that's where he was going. It's got to be where he was going. She handed him the page and moved on to the next. But Bosch stood up and walked away from the counter. He had read enough for the time being. He had been looking for the connection to Echo Park, and now he knew he had it. He was ready to put the bookwork aside. He was ready to make a move. Harry, these shrink reports from when he was a teenager, he was talking about some sick shit here. Like what? A lot of anger toward women? Young, promiscuous women, prostitutes, drug users? You know what the psychology is here? You know what I think he ended up doing? No and no. What? He was killing his mother over and over again. All those missing women and girls they've hung on him? The one last night? To him, they were like his mother, and he wanted to kill her for abandoning him, and maybe kill them before they did the same thing, brought a child into the world. Bosch nodded. That's a nice shake-and-bake shrink job. If we had the time, you could probably find his Rosebud memory, too. But she didn't abandon him. They took him away from her. She shook her head. Doesn't matter, she said. Abandonment through lifestyle. The state had no choice but to step in and take him away from her. Drugs, prostitution, the whole thing. By being an unfit mother, she abandoned him to this deeply flawed institution where he was trapped until he was old enough to walk away on his own. In his brain chart, that constituted abandonment. Bosch nodded slowly. He guessed that she was right, but the whole situation made him uncomfortable. It felt too personal to Bosch, too close to his own path. Except for a turn here or there, Bosch and Foxworth had made similar journeys. Foxworth was doomed to kill his own mother over and over again. A police shrink had once told Bosch that he was doomed to solve his own mother's murder over and over again. "Harry, what is it?" Bosch looked at her. He had not yet told Rachel his own sordid story. He didn't want her profiling skills turned on him. "Nothing," he said. "I'm just thinking." "You look like you've seen a ghost." Bosch shrugged. Walling closed the file on the counter and finally raised her coffee cup to sip from it. "So, what now?" she asked. Bosch looked at her for a long moment before answering. "Echo Park," he said. "What about backup?" "I'm going to check it out first, then call backup." She nodded. "I'm going with you." Part 4. The Dog You Feed. Chapter 27. Bosch and Walling used Bosch's Mustang, since it would give them at least a small degree of cover compared with her Federal cruiser, which screamed law enforcement. They drove to Echo Park, but did not approach the Saxon house at 710 Figueroa Lane. There was a problem. Figueroa Lane was a short turnaround street that extended for a block off the end of Figueroa Terrace and curved up along the ridge below Chavez Ravine. There was no cruising by it without being obvious about it, even in a Mustang. If Waits was there and watching for law enforcement, he would have the advantage of seeing them first. Bosch stopped the car at the intersection of Beaudry and Figueroa Terrace and drummed his fingers on the steering wheel. "He picked a good place for the secret castle," he said. "There's no getting close to it without being picked up on radar, especially in daylight." Rachel nodded. Medieval castles were built on hilltops for the same reason. Bosch looked to his left, toward downtown, and saw the tall buildings rising over the roofs of the homes on Figueroa Terrace. One of the closest and tallest buildings was the Department of Water and Power headquarters. It was directly across the freeway. "I've got an idea," he said. They drove out of the neighborhood and back into downtown. Bosch entered the DWP garage and parked in one of the visitor slots. He popped the trunk and went to the surveillance kit he always kept in the car. He got out a pair of high-powered binoculars, a surveillance camera, and a rolled-up sleeping bag. "What are you going to take pictures of?" Walling asked. "Nothing, but it's got a long lens, and you might want to look through it while I use the binocs." "And the sleeping bag?" "We might be lying on the roof. I don't want your fancy Federal suit to get dirty." "Don't worry about me. Worry about yourself." "I'm worried about that girl Waits grabbed. Let's go." They headed across the garage floor toward the elevators. "Did you notice that you still call him Waits, even though we are now sure his name is Foxworth?" she asked when they were going up. "Yeah, I have noticed. I think it's because when we were face to face, he was Waits. When he started shooting, he was Waits, and it just sort of stuck." She nodded and didn't say anything else about it, though he guessed that she probably had a psychological angle on it. When they reached the lobby, Bosch went to an information desk, showed his badge and credentials, and asked to see a security supervisor. He told the desk man that it was urgent. In less than 2 minutes, a tall black man in gray pants and a navy blazer over his white shirt and tie came through a door and directly toward them. This time Bosch and Walling both showed their creds, and the man appeared properly impressed by the Federal-local tandem. "Hieronymus," he said, reading Bosch's police ID. "Do you go by Harry?" "That's right." The man put out his hand and smiled. "Jason Edgar. I believe you and my cousin were partners once." Bosch smiled, not just because of the coincidence, but because he knew it meant that he would have this man's cooperation. He put the sleeping bag under his other arm and shook his hand. "That's right. He told me he had a cousin with the DWP. You used to get him billing info when we needed it." "Nice to meet you." "Likewise, man. What do we have here? If the FBI's involved, Are we talking about a terrorism situation? Rachel raised a hand to calm the situation. Not quite, she said. Jason, we're just looking for a place where we can look down on a neighborhood across the freeway in Echo Park. There's a house we're interested in, and we can't get close to it without being obvious about it. Know what I mean? We were thinking that maybe from one of the offices here or from the roof, we could get an angle and just see what's happening over there. I've got just the spot, Edgar said without hesitation. Follow me. He led them back to the elevators and had to use a key to get the 15th floor button to light. On the way up, he explained that the building was going through a floor-by-floor renovation. At the moment, the work had moved to the 15th floor. The floor had been gutted and was empty, waiting for the contractor to come in to rebuild according to the renovation plan. You can have the whole floor to yourselves, he said. Pick any angle you want for an op. Bosch nodded. Op, as an observation point. That told him something about Jason Edgar. Where'd you serve? He asked. Marines, Desert Storm, the whole shebang. That's why I didn't join the PD. Had my fill of war zones. This gig is pretty much 9 to 5, low stress and just interesting enough, if you know what I mean. Bosch didn't, but nodded anyway. The elevator doors opened, and they stepped out onto a floor that was wide open from glass exterior to glass exterior. Edgar led them toward the glass wall that would look down on Echo Park. What's the case about, anyway? Edgar asked as they approached. Bosch knew it would come to this. He was ready with an answer. There's a place down there we think is being used as a safe house for fugitives. We just want to see if there's anything there to be seen. You know what I mean? Sure do. There's something else you can do to help us, Walling said. Bosch turned to her along with Edgar. He was just as curious. What do you need? Edgar said. Could you run the address through your computers and tell us who's paying for utilities? Not a problem. Let me just get you situated here first. Bosch nodded to Rachel. It was a good move. It would not only get the inquisitive Edgar out of the way for a while, but it could also provide them with some valuable information about the house on Figueroa Lane. At the floor-to-ceiling glass wall on the north side of the building, Bosch and Walling looked down and across the 101 freeway at Echo Park. They were farther from the hillside neighborhood than Bosch had thought they would be, but they still had a good vantage point. He pointed out the geographic markers to Rachel. There's Fig Terrace, he said. Those 3 houses up above it, on the curve, are on Fig Lane. She nodded. Figueroa Lane had only the 3 houses on it. From this height and distance, it looked like an afterthought, a developer's discovery that he could jam 3 more houses onto the hillside after the main street grid had already been laid out. Which one is 710? She asked. Good question. Bosch dropped the sleeping bag and raised the binoculars. He studied the 3 houses, looking for an address. He finally zeroed in on a black trash can sitting out front of the house in the middle. In large white numerals, someone had painted 712 on the can in an effort to safeguard it from theft. Bosch knew the address numbers would rise as the street extended away from downtown. The one on the right is 710, he said. Got it, she said. So that's the address? Edgar asked. 710 Fig Lane? Figueroa Lane, Bosch said. Got it. Let me go see what I can find. If anybody comes up here and asks what you are doing, just tell them to call me on 338. That's my page. Thanks, Jason. You got it. Edgar started walking back to the elevators. Bosch thought of something and called after him. Jason, this glass has got film on it, right? Nobody can see us looking out, right? Yeah, no problem. You could stand there naked and nobody would see you from the outside. But don't try that at night, 'cause it's a different story. Internal light changes things, and you can look right in. Bosch nodded. Thanks. When I come back, I'll bring a couple chairs. That would be good. After Edgar disappeared into the elevator, Walling said, "Good. At least we'll be able to sit naked at the window." Bosch smiled. "Sounded like he knew all that from experience," he said. "Let's hope not." Bosch raised the binoculars and looked down at the house at 710 Figueroa Lane. It was of similar design to the other two on the street, built high on the hillside with steps leading down to a street-front garage cut into the embankment below the house. It had a red barrel-tile roof and a Spanish motif. But while the other houses on the street were neatly painted and cared for, 710 appeared run down. Its pink paint had faded. The embankment between the garage and the house was overrun with weeds. The flagpole that stood at the corner of the front porch flew no flag. Bosch fine-tuned the focus of the field glasses and moved them from window to window, looking for indications of occupancy, hoping to get lucky and see Waits himself looking back out. Next to him, he heard Walling click off a few photos. She was using the camera. "I don't think there's any film in that. It's not digital." "It's all right, just force of habit. And I wouldn't expect a dinosaur like you to have a digital camera." Beneath the binoculars, Bosch smiled. He tried to think of a rejoinder, but let it go. He focused his attention back on the house. It was of a style commonly seen in the city's older hillside neighborhoods. While with newer construction the contour of the land dictated design, the houses on the inclined side of Figueroa Lane were of a more conquering design. At street level, the embankment was excavated for a garage. Then above this, the hillside was terraced, and a small single-level home had been constructed. The mountains and hillsides all over the city were molded this way in the 40s and 50s as the city sprawled through the flats and grew up the hillsides like a rising tide. Bosch noticed that at the top of the stairs that ran from the side of the garage up to the front porch, there was a small metal platform. He checked the stairs again and saw the metal guide rails. "There's a lift on the stairs," he said. "Whoever's living there now is in a wheelchair." He saw no movement behind any window viewable from the angle they had. He dropped his focus down to the garage. It had a pedestrian entrance door and double garage doors that had been painted pink a long time before. The paint, what was left of it, was gray now, and the wood was splintering in many places from direct exposure to the afternoon sun. One garage door looked as though it had closed at an uneven angle to the pavement. It didn't look operational anymore. The pedestrian entrance door had a window, but a shade was pulled down behind it. Across the top panel of each of the garage doors was a row of small square windows, but they were being hit with direct sunlight, and the dazzling reflection prevented Bosch from seeing in. Bosch heard the elevator ding and put the binoculars down for the first time. He checked behind him and saw Jason Edgar carrying 2 chairs toward them. "Perfect," Bosch said. He took one of the chairs and positioned it near the glass so he could sit on it backwards and prop his elbows on the seat back. Classic surveillance form. Rachel positioned her chair so she could sit normally in it. "Did you get a chance to check with records, Jason?" she asked. "I did," Edgar said. "Services to that address are billed to a Janet Saxon and have been for 21 years. "Thank you." "No problem. I take it that's all you need from me right now?" Bosch looked up at Edgar. "Jerry, Jason, you've been a great help. We appreciate it. We'll probably stick around a little bit and then split. You want us to let you know or drop these chairs off somewhere?" Just tell the guy in the lobby on your way out. He'll get a message to me. And leave the chairs. I can take care of that." "Will do. Thanks." "Good luck. Hope you get your man." Everybody shook hands, and Edgar returned to the elevator. Bosch and Walling returned to watching the house on Figueroa Lane. Bosch asked Rachel if she would prefer taking shifts, and she said no. He asked if she would rather use the binoculars, and she said she would stick with the camera. Its long lens actually allowed her a closer focus than the binoculars did. 20 minutes went by, and no movement at the house was seen. Bosch had spent the time moving back and forth between the house and the garage, but was now training his focus on the heavy brush on the ridgeline up above, looking for another possible observation position that would put them closer. Walling spoke excitedly. "Harry, the garage." Bosch lowered his glasses and picked up the garage. The sun had moved behind a cloud, and the glare had dropped off the line of windows across the top panel of each garage door. Bosch saw Rachel's discovery. Through the windows of the garage door that appeared to still be functional, he could see the back of a white van. "I heard that a white van was used in the abduction last night," Walling said. "That's what I heard, too. It's part of the bolo." He was excited. A white van in a house where Raynard Waits had lived. "That's it," he called out. "He has to be in there with the girl. Rachel, we gotta go." They got up and hurried to the elevator. Chapter 28. They debated backup as they sped out of the DWP garage. Walling was for it. Bosch was against. "Look, all we have is a white van," he said. "She might be in that house, but he might not be. If we storm in there with the troops, we could lose him. So all I want to do is check it out up close. We can call for backup when we get there, if we need it." He believed his view was certainly reasonable, but so was hers. "And what if he is in there?" she asked. "The two of us could be walking into an ambush. We need at least one team of backup, Harry, to do this correctly and safely. We'll call them when we get there." "That will be too late. I know what you're doing. You want this guy for yourself, and you're willing to risk that girl and us to get it." "You want me to drop you off, Rachel?" "No, I don't want you to drop me off, Harry." "Good. I want you to be there." Decision made, they ended the discussion. Figueroa Street ran behind the DWP building. Bosch took it east under the 101 freeway, crossed Sunset, and then followed it as it jogged north and under the 110 freeway. Figueroa Street became Figueroa Terrace, and they drove to where it ended and Figueroa Lane curved up to the crest of the hillside. Bosch pulled the car to the curb before driving up it. "We walk up, and then we stay close to the line of garages until we get to 710, he said. "If we stay in close, he won't have an angle on us from the house." "What if he isn't in the house? What if he's in the garage waiting for us?" "Then we deal with it. We clear the garage first, and then go up the stairs to the house." "The houses are on the hillside. We still need to cross the street." He looked at her across the top of the car as they got out. "Rachel, are you with me or not?" "I told you I'm with you." "Then let's go." Bosch got out and started trotting up the sidewalk leading up the hill. He pulled out his phone and turned it off so it wouldn't possibly vibrate while they were sneaking the house. He was huffing by the time he got to the top. Rachel was right behind him and didn't show the same level of oxygen depletion. Bosch hadn't smoked in years, but the damage of 25 years before that had been done. Their only visual exposure to the pink house at the end of the street came when they got to the top and had to cross over to the garages that lined the east side of the street. They walked it, Bosch casually holding Walling by the arm and whispering in her ear. "I'm using you to block my face," he said. "He's seen me, but he's never seen you." "It doesn't matter," she said when they got across. "If he saw us, you can expect he knows what's happening." He ignored the warning and started moving in front of the garages, which were built right along the sidewalk line. They got to 710 quickly, and Bosch went to the panel of windows over one of the doors. Cupping his hands against the dirty glass, he looked in and saw that the interior was crowded by the van and stacks of boxes, barrels, and other junk. He saw no movement and heard no sound. A door at the back wall of the garage was closed. He stepped over to the garage's pedestrian door and checked the knob. "Locked," he whispered. He stepped back and looked at the two pull-up doors. Rachel was now standing by the far door and leaning in close to it to listen for sounds from inside. She looked at Bosch and shook her head. Nothing. He looked down and saw that there was a handle at the bottom of each pull-up door, but no exterior locking mechanism. He went to the first one, bent down, and tried to pull the door open. It came about an inch and then stopped. It was locked from the inside. He tried the second door and encountered the same response. The door gave for a few inches, but then stopped. Because of the minimal movement each door allowed, Bosch guessed that they were secured inside by padlocks. Bosch stood up and looked at Rachel. He shook his head and pointed upward, meaning it was time to go up to the house. They moved to the concrete stairs and quietly started up. Bosch led the way and stopped 4 steps from the top. He crouched and tried to catch his breath. He looked at Rachel. He knew they were winging it. He was winging it. There was no way to approach the house but to go directly to the front door. He turned from her and studied the windows one by one. He saw no movement, but he thought he could hear the sound of a television or radio coming from inside. He pulled his gun. It was a backup he had gotten out of the hallway closet that morning, and went up the final steps, holding the weapon down at his side as he quietly crossed the porch to the front door. Bosch knew that a search warrant was not at issue here. Waits had abducted a woman, and the life-and-death nature of the situation assuredly pushed them into no warrant, no knock territory. He put his hand on the knob and turned. The door was unlocked. Bosch slowly pushed the door open, noticing that a 2-inch ramp had been placed over the threshold to accommodate a wheelchair. As the door came open, the sound of the radio became louder. An evangelical station, a man talking about the impending rapture. They stepped into the house's entry area. To the right, it opened into a living room with a dining area to the back. Directly ahead, through an arched opening, was the kitchen. A hallway to the left led to the rest of the house. Without looking back at Rachel, he pointed to the right, meaning she would go that way while he moved forward and cleared the kitchen before taking the hallway to the left. As he reached the archway, Bosch glanced at Rachel and saw her moving through the living room, weapon up in a 2-handed grip. He stepped into the kitchen and saw that it was clean and neat, without a dish in the sink. The radio was on the counter. The speaker was telling his listeners that those who did not believe would be left behind. There was another archway leading from the kitchen to the dining room. Rachel came through it, pointed her gun up when she saw Bosch, and shook her head. Nothing. That left the hallway leading to the bedrooms and the rest of the house. Bosch turned and went back through the archway to the entry area. When he turned toward the hallway, he was startled to see an old woman sitting in a wheelchair in the threshold to the hallway. On her lap she was holding a long-barrel revolver. It looked like it was too heavy for her frail arm to hold up. "Who's there?" she said forcefully. Her head was turned at an angle. Though her eyes were open, they were focused on the floor instead of Bosch. It was her ear that was trained toward him, and he knew she was blind. He raised his gun and pointed it at her. "Mrs. Saxon, take it easy. My name is Harry Bosch. I'm just looking for Robert." A look of puzzlement played on her features. "Who?" "Robert Foxworth. Is he here?" "You've got the wrong place, and how dare you come in here without knocking?" Bobby uses the garage. I don't let him use the house. All those chemicals, it smells awful." Bosch started edging toward her, his eyes on the gun the whole time. "I'm sorry, Mrs. Saxon. I thought he was up here. Has he been here lately?" "He comes and goes. He comes up here to give me the rent, that's all." "For the garage?" He was getting closer. "That's what I said. What do you want him for? Are you his friend?" I just want to talk to him." Bosch reached down and took the gun out of her hand. "Hey, that's my protection." "It's all right, Mrs. Saxon. I'll give it back. I just think it needs to be cleaned up a little, and oiled. This way it will be sure to work in case you ever really need to use it." "I need it." "I'm going to take it down to the garage and get Bobby to clean it. Then I'll bring it back." "You better." Bosch checked the gun. It was loaded and appeared operational. He put it into the waistband at the back of his pants and looked at Rachel. She was standing 3 feet behind him in the entryway. She made a movement with her hand, pantomiming turning a key. Bosch understood. "Do you have a key to the garage door, Mrs. Saxon?" he asked. "No. Bobby came and got the extra key." "Okay, Mrs. Saxon, I'll check with him." He moved toward the front door. Rachel joined him, and they went out. Halfway down the steps to the garage, Rachel grabbed his arm and whispered, "We have to call backup now." "Go ahead and call, but I'm going into the garage. If he's in there with the girl, we can't wait." He shook off her grip and continued down. When he got to the garage, he looked once again through the windows on the top panels and saw no movement inside. His eyes focused on the door on the rear wall. It was still closed. He moved over to the pedestrian door and opened the blade of a small folding knife that was attached to his keyring. Bosch went to work on the door's lock and got the blade across the tongue. He nodded to Rachel to be ready and pulled the door open. But it didn't come. He tried it again and pulled hard. Again the door would not come open. "There's an inside lock," he whispered. "It means he's in there." "No, it doesn't. He could have come out through one of the garage doors." He shook his head. "They're locked from the inside," he whispered. "All the doors are locked from the inside." Rachel understood and nodded. "What do we do?" she whispered back. Bosch thought about things for a moment, and then handed her his keys. "Go back and get the car. When you get up here, park it with the rear end right here. Then pop the trunk. What are you? Just do it. Go." She ran down the sidewalk in front of the garages and then crossed the street and dropped from sight down the hill. Bosch moved toward the pull-up door that looked like it had closed awkwardly. It was out of alignment, and he knew it would be the better of the 2 doors to try to breach. Bosch heard the Mustang's big engine before he saw his car come over the hill. Rachel drove toward him fast. He stepped back against the garage to give her maximum room to maneuver. She made almost a complete turn in the street and then back toward the garage. The trunk was popped, and Bosch immediately reached in for the rope he kept in the back. It was gone. He then remembered that Osani had taken it after discovering it on the tree in Beechwood Canyon. Shit! He quickly looked through the trunk and found a shorter length of clothesline he had used once to tie down the trunk lid when he was moving a piece of furniture to the Salvation Army. He quickly tied one end of the cord to a steel towing loop underneath the car's bumper, and then the other end to the handle at the bottom of the garage door. He knew that something would have to give. The door, the handle, or the rope. They had a 1 in 3 shot at getting the door open. Rachel had gotten out of the car. "What are you doing?" she asked. Bosch quietly closed the car's trunk. "We're going to pull it open. Get back in the car and go forward. Go slow. A sudden jerk will snap the line. Go ahead, Rachel, hurry." Without a word, she got back in the car, dropped it in drive, and started moving forward. She watched in the rear view, and he rolled a finger to keep her moving. The cord pulled taut, and then Bosch could hear the sound of the garage door groaning as the pressure mounted. He stepped back and at the same time drew his gun again. The garage door gave way all at once and popped up and out 3 feet. "Stop!" Bosch yelled, knowing there was no longer any need for whispers. Rachel stopped pulling, but the line remained taut, and the garage door was held open. Bosch moved forward quickly and used his momentum to duck and roll beneath it. He came up inside the garage with his gun up and ready. He swept the space, but saw no one. Keeping his eyes on the door at the rear wall, he sidestepped over to the van. He jerked one of the side doors open and quickly checked the interior. It was empty. Bosch moved toward the back wall, making his way around an obstacle course of upright barrels, rolls of plastic, bales of towels, squeegee blades, and other window-washing equipment. There was a strong smell of ammonia and other chemicals. Bosch's eyes were beginning to water. The hinges on the door at the rear wall were visible, and Bosch knew it would swing toward him when he opened it. "FBI!" Walling yelled from outside. "Coming in!" "Clear!" Bosch yelled back. He heard her scrabble under the garage door, but kept his attention on the door in the back wall. He moved toward it, listening all the time for any sound. Taking a position to the side of the door, Bosch put his hand on the doorknob and turned it. It was unlocked. He looked back for the first time at Rachel. She was in a combat stance at an angle from the door. She nodded, and in one quick move he flung the door open and moved across the threshold. The room was dark and windowless, and he saw no one. He knew he was a target standing in the light in the doorway and quickly sidestepped into the room. He saw a string from an overhead light and reached out and yanked on it. The string snapped in his hand, but the light came on, the hanging bulb jumping and swinging in response. He was in a crowded work and storage room that was about 10 feet deep. There was no one in the room. "Clear!" Rachel entered, and they stood there scanning the room. A bench cluttered with old paint cans, household tools, and flashlights was on the right. 4 old and rusting bikes were stacked against the left wall, along with folding chairs and a pile of collapsed cardboard boxes. The back wall was concrete block. Hung on it was the dusty old flag for the pole up on the front terrace of the house. On the floor in front of it was a stand-up electric fan, its blades caked with dust and crud. It looked like at one time somebody had tried to blow the fetid, damp smell out of the room. "Shit," Bosch said. He lowered his gun, turned and walked past Rachel back into the garage. She followed him. Bosch shook his head and tried to rub some of the chemical sting out of his eyes. He didn't understand. Were they too late? Were they following the wrong lead altogether? "Check the van," he said. "See if there's any sign of the girl." Rachel crossed behind him to the van, and Bosch went to the pedestrian door to check for the flaws in his belief that someone had to be in the garage. He had to be right. There was a deadbolt on the door, meaning it could have only been locked from the inside. He moved over to the garage doors and stooped down to look at their locking mechanisms. He was right again. Both had padlocks on interior slide locks. He tried to puzzle it out. All 3 doors had been locked from the inside. It meant that either someone was inside the garage or there was an exit point he hadn't identified yet. But this seemed impossible. The garage was dug directly into the hillside embankment. There was no possibility of a rear exit. He was checking the ceiling, wondering if it was possible that there was a passageway up to the house, when Rachel called from inside the van. "I've got a roll of duct tape," she said. "I've got used strips on the floor with hair." It boosted Bosch's belief that they had the right place. He stepped over to the open side door of the van. He looked in at Rachel while he pulled out his phone. He noticed the wheelchair lift in the van. "I'll call for backup and forensics," he said. "We missed him." He had to turn the phone back on, and while he waited for it to boot up, he realized something. The stand-up fan in the back room wasn't pointed toward the garage doors. If you were going to air the room out, you would point the fan toward the door. His phone buzzed in his hand, and it distracted him. He looked down at the screen. It told him he had a message waiting. He clicked a button to check the call record and saw that he had just missed a call from Jerry Edgar. He'd get to it later. He punched in a number for communications and told the dispatcher to connect him with the Raynard Waite's fugitive task force. An officer identifying himself as Freeman picked up. "This is Detective Harry Bosch. I have—" "Harry! Gun!" It was Rachel who had yelled. Time slowed down. All in a second, Bosch looked at her in the van's doorway, her eyes focused over his shoulder at the back of the garage. Without thinking, he jumped forward and into her, pulling his arms around her and taking her to the floor of the van in a crushing tackle. 4 shots came from behind him, followed by the instantaneous sound of bullets striking metal and glass breaking. Bosch rolled off Rachel and came up with his gun in hand. He caught a glimpse of a figure ducking into the rear storage room. He fired 6 shots through the doorway and raking across the wall to its right. "Rachel, okay?" "I'm okay. Are you hit?" "I don't think so." "It was him. Waits." They paused and watched the door to the rear room. No one came back through. "Did you hit him?" Rachel whispered. "I don't think so." "I thought we cleared that room." "I thought we did, too." Bosch stood up, keeping his aim on the doorway. He noticed that the light from within was now off. "I dropped my phone," he said. "Call for backup." He started moving toward the door. "Harry, wait, he could—" "Call for backup. And remember to tell them I'm in there." He cut to his left and approached the door from an angle that would give him the widest vision of the interior space. But without the overhead light, the room was cast in shadows, and he could see no movement. He started taking small steps using his right foot first and maintaining a firing position. Behind him, he heard Rachel on her phone identifying herself and asking for a transfer to LAPD dispatch. Bosch got to the threshold and swung the gun across his body to cover the part of the room he had not had an angle on. He stepped in and sidestepped to the right. There was no movement, no sign of Waits. The room was empty. He looked at the fan and confirmed his mistake. It was pointed toward the flag hanging on the back wall. It had not been used to blow damp air out. The fan had been used to blow air in. Bosch took 2 steps toward the flag. He reached forward, grabbed it by the edge, and ripped it down. In the wall, 3 feet off the ground, was a tunnel entrance. About a dozen concrete blocks had been removed to create an opening 4 feet square, and the excavation into the hillside continued from there. Bosch crouched to look into the opening from the safety of the right side. The tunnel was deep and dark, but he saw a glimmer of light 30 feet in. He realized that the tunnel made a turn and that there was a source of light around the bend. Bosch leaned closer and realized he could hear a sound from the tunnel. It was a low, whimpering sound. It was a terrible sound, but it was beautiful just the same. It meant that no matter what horrors she had experienced through the night, the woman Waits had abducted was still alive. Bosch reached back over to the workbench and picked up the shiniest flashlight he saw. He turned it on. It was dead. He tried another and got a weak beam of light. It would have to do. He flashed the beam into the tunnel and confirmed that the first leg was clear. He took a step toward the tunnel. "Harry, wait!" He turned and saw Rachel in the doorway. "Backup's on the way," she whispered. Bosch shook his head. "She's in there. She's alive." He turned back to the tunnel and flashed the light in once more. It was still clear up to the turn. He turned the light off to conserve it. He glanced back at Rachel and then stepped into the darkness. Chapter 29. Bosch hesitated a moment in the mouth of the tunnel to let his eyes adjust. He then started moving. He didn't have to crawl. The tunnel was large enough for him to move through in a crouch. Flashlight in his right hand and gun up in his left, he kept his eyes on the dim light ahead. The sound of the woman crying grew louder as he moved forward. 10 feet into the tunnel, the musty smell that he had noticed outside turned into the deeper stench of decay. As rancid as it was not something new to him. Almost 40 years before, he had been a tunnel rat with the U.S. Army, taking part in more than 100 missions in the tunnels of Vietnam. The enemy sometimes buried their dead in the clay walls of their tunnels. That hid them from sight, but the odor of decay was impossible to hide. Once it got into your nose, it was equally impossible to forget. Bosch knew that he was headed towards something horrific, that the missing victims of Raynard Waite were ahead, somewhere in the tunnel. This had been the destination on the night Waite was pulled over in his work van. But Bosch couldn't help but think that maybe it was his own destination as well. He had come many years and many miles, but it seemed to him that he had never really left the tunnels behind, that his life had always been a slow movement through darkness and tight spaces on the way to a flickering light. He knew he was then, now, and forever a tunnel rat. His thigh muscles burned from the strain of moving in a crouched position. Sweat began to sting his eyes, and as he got closer to the turn in the tunnel, Bosch saw the light changing and rechanging, and knew that this was caused by the undulation of a flame. Candlelight. 5 feet from the turn, Bosch slowed to a stop and rested on his heels as he listened. Behind him he thought he could hear sirens. Backup on the way. He tried to concentrate on what could be heard from the tunnel ahead, but there was only the intermittent sound of the woman crying. He raised himself up and started forward again. Almost immediately the light ahead went out, and the whimpering took on a new energy and urgency. Bosch froze. He then heard nervous laughter from ahead, followed by the familiar voice of Raynard Waite. "Is that you, Detective Bosch? Welcome to my foxhole." There was more laughter, and then it stopped. Bosch let 10 seconds go by. Waite said nothing else. "Waits, let her go. Send her out to me." "No, Bosch. She's with me now. Anybody comes in here, I'll kill her on the spot. I'll save the last bullet for myself." "Waits, no. Listen, just let her come out, and I will come in. We'll trade." "No, Bosch. I like the situation the way it is." "Then what are we doing? We need to talk, and you need to save yourself. There's not a lot of time. Send the girl out." A few seconds went by, and then the voice came out of the darkness. "Save myself from what? For what?" Bosch's muscles were on the verge of cramping. He carefully lowered himself to a seated position against the right side of the tunnel. He was sure that the candlelight had been coming ahead from the left. The tunnel turned to the left. He kept his gun up, but was now employing a cross wrist bracing with the flashlight up and ready as well. "There's no way out," he said. "Give it up and come out. Your deal is still in play. You don't have to die. Neither does the girl." "I don't care about dying, Bosch. That's why I'm here. Because I don't fucking care. I just want it to be on my own terms. Not the state's or anybody else's. Just mine." Bosch noticed that the woman had gone silent. He wondered what had happened. Had Waite silenced her? Had he just... "Wait, what's wrong? Is she all right?" "She passed out. Too much excitement, I guess." He laughed and then was silent. Bosch decided that he needed to keep Waite talking. If he was engaged by Bosch, he would be distracted from the woman and what was assuredly being planned outside the tunnel. "I know who you are," he said quietly. Waite didn't take the bait. Bosch tried again. "Robert Foxworth, son of Rosemary Foxworth, raised by the county. Foster homes, youth halls. You lived here with the Saxons. For a time you lived at the McLaren Youth Hall out in El Monte." "So did I, Robert." Bosch was met with a long silence, but then the voice came quietly out of the darkness. "I'm not Robert Foxworth anymore." "I understand." "I hated that place. McLaren. I hated them all." "They closed it down a couple of years ago, after some kid died in there." "Fuck them and fuck that place. How did you find Robert Foxworth? Bosch felt a rhythm building in the conversation. He understood the cue Waits was giving by speaking of Robert Foxworth as someone other than himself. He was Raynard Waits now. It wasn't that hard, Bosch answered. We figured it out through the Fitzpatrick case. We found the pawn slip in the records and matched birth dates. What was the heirloom medallion that had been pawned? There was a long silence before an answer. It was Rosemary's. It was all he had from her. He had to pawn it, and when he went back to get it, that pig Fitzpatrick had already sold it. Bosch nodded. He had Waits answering questions, but there wasn't a lot of time. He decided to jump to the present. Raynard, tell me about the setup. Tell me about Olivas and O'Shea. There was only silence. Bosch tried again. They used you. O'Shea used you, and he's going to just walk away from it. Is that what you want? You die here in this hole, and he just walks away? Bosch put the flashlight down so he could wipe the sweat out of his eyes. He then had to feel around on the floor of the tunnel to find it again. I can't give you O'Shea or Olivas, Waits said in the darkness. Bosch didn't get it. Was he wrong? He doubled back in his head and started at the beginning. Did you kill Marie Gesto? There was a long silence. No, I didn't, Waits finally said. Then how was this set up? How could you know where? Think about it, Bosch. They're not stupid. They would not directly communicate with me. Bosch nodded. He understood. Maurice Swan, he said. He brokered the deal. Tell me about it. What's to tell? It was a setup, man. He said the whole thing was to make you a believer. He said you were bothering the wrong people and had to be convinced. What people? He didn't tell me that. This is Maurice Swan saying this? Yes, but it doesn't matter. You can't get to him either. This is communication between a lawyer and his client. You can't touch it. It's privileged. Besides, it would be my word against his. That won't go anywhere, and you know it. Bosch did know it. Maurice Swan was a tough lawyer and a respected member of the bar. He was also a media darling. There was no way to go after him with just the words of a criminal client, and a serial killer at that. It had been a masterstroke by O'Shea and Olivas to use him as the go-between. I don't care, Bosch said. I want to know how it all went down. Tell me. A long silence went by before Waits responded. Swan went to them with the idea of making a deal. My clearing the books in exchange for my life. He did this without my knowledge. If he had asked me, I would have said don't bother. I'd rather take the needle than 40 years in a cell. You understand that, Bosch. You're an eye-for-an-eye guy. I like that about you, believe it or not. He ended it there, and Bosch had to prompt him again. So, then what happened? One night in the jail, I was taken to the attorney room, and there was Maury. He told me there was a deal on the table, but he said it would only work if I threw in a freebie. Admit to one I didn't do. He told me that there would be a field trip, and I would have to lead a certain detective to the body. This detective had to be convinced, and leading him to the body would be the only way to do it. That detective was you, Bosch. And you said yes. When he said there would be a field trip, I said yes. That was the only reason. It meant daylight. I saw a chance at daylight. And you were led to believe that this offer, this deal, that it came directly from Olivas and O'Shea? Who else would it come from? Did Maurice Swan ever use their names in connection with the deal? He said this is what they wanted me to do. He said it came directly from them. They would not make a deal if I didn't throw in the freebie. I had to throw in Gesto and take you to her, or there was no fucking deal. You get it? Bosch nodded. Yeah, I got it. He felt his face getting hot with anger. He tried to channel it, put it aside so that it was ready to be used, but not at this moment. How did you get the details you gave me during the confession? Swan. He got them from them. He said they had the records from the original investigation. And he told you how to find the body up there in the woods? Swan told me there were markers in the woods. He showed me pictures and told me how to lead everybody there. It was easy. The night before my confession, I studied up on everything." Bosch was silent as he thought about how easily he had been led down the path. He had wanted something so badly and for so long that it had made him blind. "And what were you supposed to get out of all this, Reynard?" "You mean what was in it for me from their point of view? My life, man. They were offering me my life, take it or leave it. But the truth is, I didn't care about that. I told you, man, when Marie said there would be a field trip, I knew that I might have a chance to get away and to visit my foxhole one last time. That was enough for me. I didn't care about anything else. I didn't care if I died trying, either." Bosch tried to think of what he should do or ask next. He thought about using his cell to call the district attorney or a judge and have Waits confess over the phone. He put the flashlight down again and reached into his pocket, but then he remembered he had dropped his phone when he had jumped onto Rachel as the shooting broke out in the garage. "Are you still there, Detective?" "I'm here. What about Marie Gesto? Did Swan tell you why you had to confess to the Marie Gesto killing?" Waits laughed. "He didn't have to. It was pretty obvious that the fix was in. Whoever did Gesto was trying to get you off his back." "No name was mentioned?" "No name." Bosch shook his head. He had nothing. Nothing on O'Shea or Anthony Garland or anybody else. He looked down the tunnel in the direction of the garage. He could see nothing, but he knew that there would be people there. They had blacked out that end to prevent backlighting. He knew they would be coming at any moment. "What about your escape?" he asked in order to keep the dialogue going. "Was that planned, or were you just improvising?" "A little of both. I met with Swan the night before the field trip. He told me how I would lead you to the body. He showed me the photos and told me about the markings in the trees and how they would begin after we came to where there had been a mudslide and we would have to climb down. That's when I knew. I knew I might have a chance then, so I told him to make them uncuff me if I had to do any climbing. I told him that I wouldn't follow through on the deal if I had to do any climbing with my hands cuffed to my sides." Bosch remembered O'Shea overruling Olivas and telling him to take the cuffs off. Olivas's reluctance had all been a play for Bosch's benefit. Everything had been a play for his benefit. Everything was phony, and he had been played perfectly. Bosch heard the sound of men crawling behind him in the tunnel. He turned the flashlight on and saw them. It was the SWAT team. Black Kevlar, automatic rifles, night vision goggles. They were coming. Any moment they would launch a flashbang grenade into the tunnel and start coming. He turned the light out. He thought about the woman. He knew Waits would kill her the moment they made the move. "Were you really at McLaren?" Waits asked. "I was there. It was before your time, but I was there. I was in B dorm. It was closest to the baseball field, so we always got there first at rec time and got the best equipment. It was a you-had-to-be-there story, the best Bosch could think of in the moment. He had spent most of his life trying to forget about McLaren." "Maybe you were there, Bosch." "I was." "And look at us now. You went your way, and I went mine. I guess I fed the wrong dog." "What do you mean? What dog?" "You don't remember. At McLaren they used to pass around that saying about every man having two dogs inside, one good and one bad. They fight all the time because only one can be the alpha dog, the one in charge. And the one that wins is always the dog you chose to feed. I fed the wrong one. You fed the right one." Bosch didn't know what to say. He heard a click from behind him in the tunnel. They were going to launch the grenade. He quickly stood up, hopeful that they would not shoot him in the back. "Waits, I'm coming in." "No, Bosch." "I'll give you my gun." Watch the light. I'll give you my gun." He switched on the flashlight and played its beam on the turn in the tunnel ahead. He moved forward, and when he got to the turn, extended his left hand into the cone of light. He held his gun by the barrel, so Waits could see it was no threat. "I'm coming in now." Bosch took the turn and entered the final chamber of the tunnel. The space was at least 12 feet wide, but still not tall enough for him to stand in. He dropped to his knees and swept the chamber with his light. The dim amber beam revealed a ghastly sight of bones and skulls and decaying flesh and hair. The stench was overpowering, and Bosch had to hold himself from gagging. The beam came to the face of the man Bosch had known as Raynard Waits. He was propped against the far wall of his foxhole, sitting on what looked like a throne carved into the rock and clay. To his left, the woman he had abducted lay naked and unconscious on a blanket. Waits held the barrel of Freddie Olivas's gun to her temple. "Easy now," Bosch said. "I'll give you my gun. Just don't hurt her any more." Waits smiled, knowing he was in complete control of the situation. "Bosch, you are a fool to the end." Bosch lowered his arm and tossed the gun to the right side of the throne. As Waits reached down to grab it, he lifted the muzzle of the other gun off the woman. Bosch dropped the flashlight and reached behind him at the same time, his hand finding the grip of the revolver he had taken from the blind woman. The long barrel made his aim true. He fired twice, hitting Waits in the center of the chest with both rounds. Waits was knocked back against the wall. Bosch saw his eyes go wide. Then they lost that light that separates life from death. His chin dropped, and his head tilted forward. Bosch crawled to the woman and checked her for a pulse. She was still alive. He covered her with the blanket she was lying on. He then called out to the others in the tunnel. "This is Bosch, RHD. It's clear. We are clear. Raynard Waits is dead." A bright light flashed on around the corner in the entrance tunnel. It was a blinding light, and he knew the men with guns would be waiting on the other side of it. No matter. He felt safe now. He slowly moved toward the light. Chapter 30. After emerging from the tunnel, Bosch was led out of the garage by 2 SWAT officers wearing gas masks. He was delivered into the hands of the waiting members of the Fugitive Task Force and others associated with the case. Randolph and Osani from OIS were on hand, as well as Abel Pratt from the Open Unsolved Unit. Bosch looked around for Rachel Walling, but didn't see her anywhere on the scene. Next out of the tunnel was Waits's last victim. The young woman was carried to a waiting ambulance and immediately transported to County USC Medical Center for assessment and treatment. Bosch was pretty sure his own imagination couldn't top the real horrors she had lived through, but he knew the important thing was that she was alive. The task force leader wanted Bosch to sit in a van and tell his story, but Bosch said he didn't want to be in a closed space. Even out in the open air on Figueroa Lane, he couldn't get the smell of the tunnel out of his nose, and he noticed that the task force members who had crowded around him at first had now all taken a step or two back. He saw a garden hose attached to a faucet alongside the stairway of the house next to 710. He went over, turned it on, and then bent over as he ran the water through his hair, on his face, and down his neck. It pretty much soaked his clothes, but he didn't care. It washed away a good deal of the dirt and sweat and stench, and he knew the clothes were trash now anyway. The task force top was a sergeant named Bob McDonald, who had been pulled in from Hollywood Division. Luckily, Bosch knew him from past days in the division, and that set the stage for a cordial debriefing. Bosch realized it was just a warm-up. He would have to submit to a formal interview with Randolph and the OIS before the end of the day. "Where's the FBI agent?" Bosch asked. "Where's Rachel Walling?" "She's being interviewed," McDonald said. "We're using a neighbor's house for her." "And the old lady upstairs in the house?" McDonald nodded. "She's fine," McDonald said. "She's blind and in a wheelchair. They're still talking to her, but it turns out Waits lived here when he was a kid. It was a foster home, and his real name is Robert Foxworth. She can't get around by herself anymore, so she pretty much stays up there. County assistance brings in her food. Foxworth helped her out financially by renting the garage. He kept supplies for window washing in there, and an old van. It's got a wheelchair lift in it. Bosch nodded. He guessed that Janet Saxon had no idea what else her former foster son used her garage for. MacDonald told Bosch it was time to tell a story, and so he did, giving the step-by-step playback of the moves he had made after discovering the connection between Waits and the pawnbroker Fitzpatrick. There were no questions. Not yet. Nobody asked why he never called the task force, or Randolph, or Pratt, or anybody else. They listened and simply locked in his story. Bosch was not too concerned. He and Rachel had saved the girl, and he had killed the bad guy. He was sure that these two accomplishments would allow him to rise above all transgressions upon protocol and regulations and save his job. It took him 20 minutes to tell the story, and then MacDonald said they should take a break. As the group around him splintered, Bosch saw his boss waiting to get to him. Bosch knew this conversation would not be easy. Pratt finally saw an opening and walked up. He looked anxious. "Well, Harry, what did he tell you in there?" Bosch was surprised Pratt wasn't jumping all over him for acting on his own, without authority, but he wasn't going to complain about it. In abbreviated form, he outlined what he had learned from Waits about the setup in Beechwood Canyon. "He told me it was all orchestrated through Swan," he said. Swan was the go-between. He took the deal from Olivas and O'Shea to Waits. Waits didn't kill Gesto, but agreed to take the fall for her. It was part of the deal for avoiding the death penalty. That's it? That's enough, isn't it? Why would Olivas and O'Shea do this? The oldest reasons in the book, money and power. And the Garland family has plenty of both. Anthony Garland was the person of interest on Gesto, right? The guy who got the court orders keeping you away? Yeah, until Olivas and O'Shea used Waits to convince me otherwise. You got anything besides what Waits said in there? Bosch shook his head. Not much. I traced $25,000 in contribution to O'Shea's campaign back to T-Rex Garland's lawyers and oil company, but it was all done legally. It proves a connection, nothing else. 25 seems cheap to me. It is, but the 25 is all we know about. We do some digging, and there'll probably be more. You tell all of this to MacDonald and his crew? Only what Waits told me in there. I didn't tell him about the contributions, only what Waits said. You think they'll go after Maurice Swan for this? Bosch thought a moment before answering. Not a chance. Whatever was said between them was privileged information. Besides that, nobody would go after him based on the word of a dead madman like Waits. Pratt kicked the ground. He had nothing else to say or ask. Look, Top, I'm sorry about this, Bosch said. About not being up front with you on what I was doing, the home duty and everything. Pratt waved it off. It's okay, man. You got lucky. You ended up doing some good and taking out the bad guy. What am I going to say to that? Bosch nodded his thanks. Besides, I'm coasting, Pratt continued. Another 3 weeks and you'll be someone else's problem. He can decide what to do with you. Whether Kiz Ryder came back or not, Bosch didn't want to leave the unit. He'd heard that David Lamkin, the new top coming up from RHD, was a good man to work for. Bosch hoped when all of this shook out, he'd still be part of the Open Unsolved unit. Holy shit, Pratt whispered. Bosch followed his eyes to a car that had just parked on the perimeter near where the media trucks were, and the reporters were setting up for stand-ups and sound bites. Ricochet was getting out of the passenger side. Bosch felt the bile immediately rise in his throat. He made a move to walk toward the prosecutor, but Pratt caught his arm. Harry, take it easy. What the fuck is he doing here? It's his case, man. He can come if he wants. And you better play it cool. Don't show your hand with him, or you might never be able to get to him. And what? Meantime, he does his dance in front of the cameras and turns this into another campaign commercial? Bullshit. What I ought to do is go over there and kick his ass right in front of the cameras. Yeah, that'd be real smart, Harry. Very subtle. That will help the situation a lot. Bosch broke free of Pratt's grasp, but simply stepped over and leaned against one of the police cars. He folded his arms and kept his head down until he was calmer. He knew Pratt was right. Just keep him away from me. That will be kind of hard because he's coming right to you. Bosch looked up just as O'Shea and the two men that made up his entourage got to him. "Detective Bosch, are you okay?" "Never better." Bosch kept his arms folded across his chest. He didn't want one of his hands getting loose and involuntarily taking a swing at O'Shea. "Thank you for what you've done here today. Thank you for saving the young woman." Bosch just nodded while looking down at the ground. O'Shea turned to the men with him and to Pratt, who had remained nearby in case he had to pull Bosch off the prosecutor. "Could I speak to Detective Bosch alone?" O'Shea's minions walked off. Pratt hesitated until Bosch nodded to him, telling him everything was cool. Bosch and O'Shea were left to themselves. "Detective, I've been briefed on what Waits, or I should say Foxworth, revealed to you in the tunnel." "Good. I hope you do not give any credence to what an admitted and confirmed serial killer would say about the men who were prosecuting him, especially one who cannot even be here to defend himself." Bosch stepped away from the patrol car's fender and finally dropped his arms to his sides. His hands were balled into fists. "You're talking about your pal, Olivas?" "Yes, I am, and I can tell by your posture that you actually believe what Foxworth allegedly told you." "Allegedly? What now, I'm the one making it up?" "Someone is." Bosch leaned a few inches toward him and spoke in a low voice. "O'Shea, get away from me. I might hit you." The prosecutor took a step backwards, as if he had already been punched. "You're wrong, Bosch." He was lying. He was confirming what I already knew before I even went into that tunnel. Olivas was dirty. He put the entry in the murder book that falsely tied Raynard Waits to Gesto. He went out there and marked a trail for Waits to follow and lead us to the body, and he wouldn't have done any of it without somebody telling him to do it. He wasn't that kind of guy. He wasn't smart enough. O'Shea stared at him for a long moment. The implication in Bosch's words was clear. "I can't dissuade you from this bullshit, can I?" Bosch looked at him, and then looked away. "Dissuade? Not a chance. And I don't care what it does or doesn't do for the campaign, Mr. Prosecutor. Those are the undisputed facts, and I don't need Foxworth or what he said to prove them." "Then I guess I'll have to appeal to a higher authority than you." Bosch took half a step closer to him. This time he really got into his space. "You smell that? You smell that on me? That's the fucking putrid smell of death. I've got it all over me, O'Shea. But at least I can wash it off." "What is that supposed to mean?" "Whatever you want it to mean. Who's your higher authority? You going to call T-Rex Garland up in his shiny office?" O'Shea took a deep breath and shook his head in confusion. "Detective, I don't know what happened to you in that tunnel, but you aren't making much sense." Bosch nodded. "Yeah, well, it will make sense soon enough. Before the election, that's for sure. Help me out, Bosch. What exactly am I missing here?" "I don't think you're missing anything. You know it all, O'Shea, and before it's all over, so will the whole wide world. Somehow, some way, I'm going to take down you and the Garlands and everybody else who had a part in this. Count on it." Now O'Shea took a step toward Bosch. "Are you saying that I did this? That I set all of this up? For T-Rex Garland?" Bosch started laughing. O'Shea was the consummate actor to the end. "You're good," he said. "I'll give you that. You're good. T-Rex Garland is a valid contributor to my campaign. Up front and legal. How can you tie that into—" "Then why the fuck didn't you mention he was a valid and legal contributor when I brought up his son the other day and told you he was my suspect on Gesto?" "Because it would have complicated things. I have never met or even spoken to either of the Garlands. T-Rex contributed to my campaign. So what? The guy spreads money through every election in the county. For me to bring it up at that point would have been to invite your suspicion. I didn't want that. Now I see I have it anyway. You are so full of shit, you... Fuck you, Bosch. There is no connection. Then we've got nothing else to say. Yes, we do. I've got something to say. Take your best shot with this bullshit, and we'll see who comes out at the end still standing. He turned and walked away, barking an order to his men. He wanted a telephone with a secured line. Bosch wondered who the first call would go to, T-Rex Garland or the chief of police. Bosch made a snap decision. He would call Keisha Russell and turn her loose. He would tell her she was clear to look into those campaign contributions Garland had funneled to O'Shea. He put his hand into his pocket and then remembered that his phone was still somewhere in the garage. He walked that way and stopped at the yellow tape that was strung across the now fully open door behind the white van. Cal Caffarelli was in the garage, directing the forensic analysis of the scene. She had a breathing filter mask down around her neck. Bosch could tell by her face that she had been to the macabre scene at the end of the tunnel, and she would never be the same again. He waved her over. "How's it going, Cal?" "It's going about as well as you'd expect after seeing something like that." "Yeah, I know." "We're going to be here long into the night. What can I do for you, Harry?" "Have you found a cell phone somewhere in here? I lost my phone when things started happening." She pointed to the floor near the front tire of the van. "Is that it over there?" Bosch looked over and saw his phone lying on the concrete. The red message light was blinking. He noticed that someone had circled it on the concrete with chalk. That was not good. Bosch didn't want his phone inventoried as evidence. He might never get it back. "Can I get it back? I need it." "I'm sorry, Harry, not yet. This place hasn't been photographed. We're starting with the tunnel and moving out from there. It will be a while." "Then how about if you give it to me and I use it right here and then I give it back when it's time to take photos? It looks like I've got messages waiting." "Harry, come on." He knew that his suggestion would break about 4 rules of evidence. "Okay, just let me know when I can get it back. Hopefully before the battery's dead." "You got it, Harry." He turned away from the garage and saw Rachel Walling walking toward the yellow tape that delineated the outside perimeter of the crime scene. There was a federal cruiser there, and a man in a suit and sunglasses was waiting for her. She had apparently called for a ride. Bosch trotted toward the tape, calling her name. She stopped and waited for him. "Harry," she said, "are you all right?" "I am now. How about you, Rachel?" "I'm fine. What happened to you?" She indicated his wet clothes with her hand. "I had to hose off. It was bad. I need about a 2-hour shower. Are you leaving?" "Yes, they're done with me for the time being." Bosch nodded toward the man in the sunglasses 10 feet behind her. "Are you in trouble?" he asked quietly. "I don't know yet. I should be all right. You got the bad guy and saved the girl. How can that be a bad thing?" "We got the bad guy and saved the girl," Bosch corrected. "But there are people in every institution and bureaucracy who can find a way to turn something good into shit." She looked him in the eyes and nodded. "I know," she said. Her look froze him, and he knew they were now different. "Are you mad at me, Rachel?" "Mad? No." "Then what?" "Then nothing. I have to go." "Will you call me then?" "When I can. Goodbye, Harry." She took 2 steps toward the waiting car, but then stopped and turned back to him. "That was O'Shea you were talking to out by the car, wasn't it?" "Yeah." "Be careful, Harry. If you let your emotions run you the way they did out here today, O'Shea could put you in a world of pain." Bosch smiled slightly. "You know what they say about pain, don't you?" "No, what?" "They say pain is weakness, leaving the body." She shook her head. "Well, they are full of shit. Don't put it to the test unless you have to. Goodbye, Harry." "I'll see you, Rachel." He watched as the man in sunglasses held the tape up for her to duck under. She got into the front passenger seat, and sunglasses drove them off. Bosch knew that something had changed in the way she saw him. His actions in the garage and going into the tunnel had made her change her mind about him. He accepted it and guessed that he might never see her again. He decided that it would be one more thing that he would blame on Ricochet. He turned back to the scene where Randolph and Osani were standing waiting for him. Randolph was putting away his cell phone. "You two again," Bosch said. "Getting to be like déjà vu all over again, isn't it?" Randolph said. "Something like that. Detective, we are going to need to take you over to Parker Center and conduct a more formal interview this time around." Bosch nodded. He knew the drill. This time it wasn't about shooting into the trees or the woods. He had killed somebody, so this time it would be different. They would need to nail down every detail. "I'm ready to go," he said. Chapter 31. Bosch was seated in an interview room in the officer-involved shooting unit at Parker Center. Randolph had allowed him to shower in the basement locker room, and he changed into blue jeans and a black West Coast chopper sweatshirt, clothing he kept in a locker for the times he was downtown and unexpectedly needed to fly below the radar that a suit would bring. On the way out of the locker room, he had dumped his contaminated suit into a trash can. He would now be down to 2. The tape recorder on the table was turned on, and from separate sheets of paper, Osani read to him his constitutional rights as well as the police officer's Bill of Rights. The double insulation of protections was designed to safeguard the individual and police officer from the unfair assault of the government, but Bosch knew that when push came to shove, in one of these little rooms, neither piece of paper would do much to protect him. He had to fend for himself. He said he understood his rights and agreed to be interviewed. Randolph took over from there. At his request, Bosch once more told the story of the shooting of Robert Foxworth, a.k.a. Raynard Waits, beginning with the discovery made during the review of records from the Fitzpatrick case, and ending with the 2 bullets he fired into Foxworth's chest. Randolph asked few questions until Bosch was finished going through the story. Then he asked many detailed questions about the moves Bosch had made in the garage and then the tunnel. More than once he asked Bosch why he didn't listen to the cautioning words of FBI agent Rachel Walling. This question told Bosch not only that Rachel had been interviewed by the OIS, but also that she had not said things particularly favorable to his case. This disappointed Bosch greatly, but he tried to keep his thoughts and feelings about Rachel out of the interview room. To Randolph he repeated as a mantra a sentence that he believed would ultimately win the day for him no matter what Randolph or Rachel or anyone else thought of his actions and procedures. It was a life-or-death situation. A woman was in jeopardy, and we had been fired upon. I felt that I could not wait around for backup or anybody else. I did what I had to do. I used as much caution as I could and used deadly force only when necessary. Randolph moved on and focused many of the next questions on the actual shooting of Robert Foxworth. He asked Bosch what he was thinking when Foxworth revealed that Bosch had been set up to believe that the Gesto case was solved. He asked Bosch what he was thinking when he saw the remains of Foxworth's victims positioned in the chamber at the end of the tunnel. He asked Bosch what he was thinking when he pulled the trigger and killed the defiler and murderer of those victims. Bosch patiently answered each question, but finally hit his limit. Something was off-kilter about the interview. It was almost as if Randolph were working from a script. "What's going on here?" Bosch asked. "I'm sitting here telling you people everything. What aren't you telling me?" Randolph looked at Osani and then back at Bosch. He leaned forward, arms on the table. He had a habit of turning a gold ring on his left hand. Bosch had noticed him doing it last time. He knew it was a USC ring. Big deal. A lot of the department's ruling class had gone through night school at USC. Randolph looked back at Osani and reached over to turn the tape recorder off, but held his fingers on the buttons. Detective Osani, could you go get us a couple bottles of water? All this talking and my voice is about to go. Probably the same with Detective Bosch, too. We'll hold up until you get back." Osani got up to leave, and Randolph turned off the recorder. He didn't speak until the interview room door was closed. "The thing is, Detective Bosch, we only have your word on what happened in that tunnel. The female was unconscious. There were only you and Foxworth, and he didn't make it out alive." "That's right. Are you saying my word is not acceptable?" "I'm saying that your description of events might be perfectly acceptable, but the forensics might come in with an interpretation that varies from your statement, you see? It can get messy very quickly. Things can be left open to interpretation and misinterpretation, public and political interpretation as well." Bosch shook his head. He didn't understand what was happening. "So what?" he said. "I don't care what the public or politicians think. Waits pushed the action in that tunnel. It was clearly a kill-or-be-killed situation, and I did what I had to do." "But there is no witness to your description of events." "What about Agent Walling?" "She didn't go into the tunnel. She warned you not to go in. You know, there's a woman over at County USC who probably wouldn't be alive right now if I hadn't gone in." "What is going on here, Lieutenant?" Randolph started playing with his ring again. He looked like a man with a distaste for what his duty called on him to do. "That's probably enough for today. You've been through a lot. What we're going to do is keep things open for a few days while we wait for the forensics to come in. You'll continue on home duty. Once we have everything in order, I'll bring you in to read and sign your statement." "I asked what's going on, Lieutenant." "And I told you what's going on. You didn't tell me enough." Randolph took his hand away from his ring. It had the effect of underlining with importance what he would say next. "You rescued the hostage and brought a resolution to the case. That's good. But you were reckless in your actions and got lucky. If we believe your story, then you shot a man who was threatening the lives of you and others. The facts and forensics, however, might just as easily lead to another interpretation, perhaps one that indicates the man you shot was attempting to surrender. So what we're going to do is take our time with it. In a few days we'll get it right, and then we'll let you know." Bosch studied him, knowing that he was delivering a message that was not so hidden in his words. "This is about Olivas, isn't it? The funeral's set for tomorrow. The chief is going to be there, and you want to keep Olivas a hero killed in the line of duty." Randolph went back to turning his ring. "No, Detective Bosch, you have that wrong. If Olivas was dirty, then nobody is going to bend over backwards to worry about his reputation." Bosch nodded. He now had it. "Then it's about O'Shea. He reached out to a higher authority. He told me he would. That authority then reached out to you." Randolph leaned back in his chair and seemed to search the ceiling for a proper reply. "There are a great number of people in this department, as well as the community, who believe Rick O'Shea would make a fine district attorney," he said. "They also believe he would be a good friend to have on the side of the LAPD." Bosch closed his eyes and slowly shook his head. He couldn't believe what he was hearing. Randolph continued. "His opponent, Gabriel Williams, has allied himself with an anti-law enforcement constituency. It would not be a good day for the LAPD if he were to be elected." Bosch opened his eyes and stared at Randolph. "You're actually going to do this?" he asked. "You're going to let this guy skate because you think he could be a friend to the department?" Randolph shook his head sadly. "I don't know what you're talking about, Detective. I'm simply making a political observation. But I do know this. There is no evidence, real or imagined, of this conspiracy you speak of. If you think that Robert Foxworth's attorney will do anything other than deny the conversation you have outlined here, then you would be a fool. So don't be a fool. Be wise. Keep it to yourself." Bosch took a moment to compose himself. "Who made the call on this?" "Excuse me?" "How high up did O'Shea reach? It couldn't have been directly to you. He would have gone higher. Who told you to knock me down?" Randolph spread his hands and shook his head. "Detective, I have no idea what you were talking about." "Right. Of course not." Bosch stood up. "Then I guess you'll write it up the way you've been told, and I'll either sign it or I won't. Simple as that." Randolph nodded, but said nothing. Bosch leaned down and put both hands on the table so he could get close to his face. "You going to Deputy Doolan's funeral, Lieutenant? It's right after they put Olivas in the ground. Remember him, the one Waite shot in the face out there? I thought maybe you'd be going to the funeral to explain to his family about how choices had to be made, and how the man directly behind that bullet could be a friend to the department, and therefore doesn't need to face the consequences of his actions." Randolph stared straight ahead at the wall across the table. He said nothing. Bosch straightened up and pulled open the door, startling Osani, who had been standing just outside. He wasn't holding any water bottles. Bosch pushed past him and left the squadroom. At the elevator, Bosch pushed the up button. He waited and paced, and thought about taking his grievance up to the 6th floor. He envisioned himself charging into the chief of police's suite and demanding to know if he was aware of what was being done in his name and under his command. But as the elevator opened, he dismissed the idea and pushed the 5 button. He knew that the Byzantine levels of bureaucracy and politics in the department were impossible to fully understand. If he didn't watch himself, he could end up complaining about all the bullshit to the very person who created it. The open unsolved unit was deserted when he got there. It was just after 4, and most detectives worked 7 to 4 shifts that put them on the road home before rush hour. If something wasn't breaking, they left at 4 on the dot. Even a 15-minute delay could cost them an hour on the freeways. The only one still around was Abel Pratt, and that was because, as a supervisor, he had to work 8 to 5. Company rules. Bosch waved as he walked by the open door of Pratt's office on the way to his desk. Bosch dropped into his chair, exhausted by the day's events and the weight of the departmental fix. He looked down and saw that his desk was littered with pink phone message slips. He started looking through them. Most were from colleagues in different divisions and stations. They were all callbacks. Bosch knew they wanted to say "nice shooting," or words to that effect. Any time anybody got a clean kill, the phones lit up. There were several messages from reporters, including Keisha Russell. Bosch knew he owed her a call, but would wait until he got home. There was also a message from Marie Gesto, and Bosch guessed that she and her husband wanted to know if there was any update on the investigation. He had called them the night before to tell them that their daughter had been found and the ID confirmed. He put that slip in his pocket. Home duty or not, he would make the call back to them. With the autopsy completed, the body would be released, and at the very least they could finally, after 13 years, claim their daughter and take her home. He could not tell them that their daughter's killer had been brought to justice, but at least he could help them get her home. There was also a message from Jerry Edgar, and Bosch remembered that his old partner had called his cell right before the shooting had gone down in Echo Park. Whoever had taken the message had written, "Says it's important," on the slip and underlined it. Bosch checked the time on the slip and noted that this call had come in before the shooting as well. Edgar had not been calling to congratulate him on taking out a bad guy. He assumed that Edgar had heard that Harry had met his cousin, and that he wanted to chew the fat about it. At the moment, Bosch didn't feel up for that. Bosch wasn't interested in any of the other messages, so he stacked them and put them in a desk drawer. Nothing else to do, he then started straightening the papers and files on his desk. He thought about whether he should call forensics and see about getting his phone and car back from the Echo Park crime scene. "I just got the word." Bosch looked up. Pratt was standing in the doorway of his office. He was in shirt sleeves, his tie loose at his neck. "What word?" "From OIS. You haven't cleared home duty, Harry. I gotta send you home." Bosch looked back down at his desk. "So, what's new?" "I'm leaving." Pratt paused as he tried to interpret Bosch's tone of voice. "Everything okay, Harry?" he asked tentatively. "Nope, everything's not okay. The fix is in, and when the fix is in, then everything's not okay, not by a long shot." "What are you talking about? They're going to cover up Olivas and O'Shea?" Bosch looked up at him. "I don't think I should talk to you about it, Top. It could put you in a spot. You wouldn't want the blowback." "They're that serious about it, huh?" Bosch hesitated, but then answered. "Yeah, they're serious. They're willing to jam me up if I don't play the game." He stopped there. He didn't want to be having this conversation with his supervisor. In Pratt's position, loyalties went both up and down the ladder. It didn't matter if he was only a few weeks from retirement. Pratt had to play the game until the buzzer sounded. "My cell is back there, part of the crime scene," he said, reaching for the phone. "I just came in to make a phone call, and then I'm out of here." "I was wondering about your phone," Pratt said. "Some of the guys have been trying to call you, and they said you weren't answering." "Forensics wouldn't let me take it from the scene, the phone or my car." "What did they want?" "I think they wanted to take you out for a drink at Nat's. They might still be heading over there." Nat's was a dive off Hollywood Boulevard. It wasn't a cop bar, but a fair number of off-duty cops passed through there on any given night. Enough for the management to keep the Clash's hard-edged version of I Fought the Law on the jukebox for going on 20 years now. Bosch knew that if he showed up at Nat's, the punk anthem would be in heavy, if not inappropriate, rotation in salute to the recently dispatched Robert Foxworth, a.k.a. Raynard Waits. I fought the law, but the law won. Bosch could almost hear them all singing the chorus. "You going?" he asked Pratt. "Maybe later. I've got something to do first." Bosch nodded. "I don't think I feel like it," he said. "I'm going to pass." "Suit yourself. They'll understand." Pratt didn't move from the doorway, so Bosch picked up his phone. He called Jerry Edgar's number just so he could follow through on the lie he had told about having to make a call. But Pratt remained in the doorway, his arm leaning against the jamb as he surveyed the empty squad room. He was really trying to get Bosch out of there. Maybe he had gotten the word from higher up the ladder than Lieutenant Randolph. Edgar answered the call. "It's Bosch. You called?" "Yeah, man, I called." "I've been a little busy." "I know, I heard. Nice shooting today, partner. You okay?" "Yeah, fine. What were you calling about?" "Just something I thought you might want to know. I don't know if it matters anymore." "What was it?" Bosch said impatiently. "My cousin Jason called me from DWP. He said you saw him today." "Yeah, nice guy. He helped a lot." "Yeah, well, I wasn't checking on how he treated you. I'm trying to tell you that he called me and said there was something you might want to know, but you didn't give him a business card or a number or anything. He said that about 5 minutes after you and the FBI agent you were with left, another cop came and asked for him. Asked at the lobby desk for the guy who was just helping the cops." Bosch leaned forward at his desk. He was suddenly very interested in what Edgar was telling him. "He said this guy showed a badge and said he was monitoring your investigation, and he asked Jason what you and the agent had wanted. My cousin took him up to the floor you people had gone to and walked this guy out to the window. They were standing there looking down on the house in Echo Park when you and the lady agent showed up down there. They watched you go into the garage." "Then what happened?" "The guy ran out of there, grabbed an elevator and went down." "Did your cousin get a name off this guy?" "Yeah, the guy said his name was Detective Smith. When he held up his ID, he sort of had his fingers over the part with his name." It was an old ploy, Bosch knew, used mostly when detectives were going off the reservation and didn't want their real name out in circulation. Bosch had used it himself on occasion. "What about a description?" he asked.
"Yeah, he gave me all that. He said white guy, about 6 feet and 180. The guy had silver-gray hair he kept cut short. Let's see, mid-50s, and he was wearing a blue suit, white shirt, and a striped tie. He had an American flag on the lapel."
The description matched about 50,000 men in the immediate vicinity of downtown, and Bosch was looking at one of them. Abel Pratt was still standing in his office doorway. He was staring at Bosch with eyebrows raised in question. He wasn't wearing his suit jacket, but Bosch could see it on a hook on the door behind him. There was an American flag pinned to the lapel. Bosch looked back down at his desk. "How late does he work to?" he asked quietly.
"Normally I think he stays till 5, but there's a bunch of people hanging up there, watching the scene in Echo Park."
"Okay, thanks for the tip. I'll call you later." Bosch hung up before Edgar could say anything else. He looked up, and Pratt was still staring at him.
"What was that?" he asked.
"Oh, just something on the Matarese case, the one we filed this week. It looks like we might have a witness after all. It will help at trial." Bosch said it as nonchalantly as he could. He stood up and looked at his boss. "But don't worry. It will hold until I get back from home duty."
"Good. Glad to hear it."
Chapter 32. Bosch walked toward Pratt. He came too close to him, invading his personal space, which caused Pratt to back into his office and move back to his desk. This was what Bosch wanted. He said goodbye, and have a good weekend. He then headed toward the door of the squad room. The Open Unsolved unit had 3 cars assigned to its 8 detectives and 1 supervisor. The cars were used on a first-come, first-served basis, and the keys hung on hooks next to the squad room door. The procedure was for a detective taking a car to write his or her name and the estimated time of return on an erasable white board that hung below the keys. When Bosch got to the door, he opened it wide to block the view from Pratt's office of the key hooks. There were 2 sets of keys on the hooks. Bosch grabbed one and left. A few minutes later, he pulled out of the garage behind Parker Center and headed toward the DWP building. The mad rush to empty downtown by sunset was only just beginning, and he made it the 7 blocks in quick time. He parked illegally in front of the fountain at the entrance to the building and jumped out of his car. He checked his watch as he approached the front door. It was 20 minutes to 5. A uniformed security guard came through the doors, waving at him. "You can't park—" "I know." Bosch showed him his badge and pointed to the radio on the man's belt. "Can you get Jason Edgar on that thing?"
"Edgar? Yeah."
"What's this?" "Get him on there and tell him Detective Bosch is waiting out front. I need to see him as soon as possible. Do it now, please." Bosch turned and headed back to his car. He got in and waited 5 minutes before he saw Jason Edgar come through the glass doors. When he got to the car, he opened the passenger door to look in, not get in.
"What's up, Harry?"
"I got your message. Get in." Edgar reluctantly got in the car. Bosch pulled away from the curb as he was closing his door.
"Wait a minute. Where are we going? I can't just leave."
"This should only take a few minutes."
"Where are we going?"
"Parker Center. We won't even get out of the car.
I have to let them know."
Edgar took a small 2-way off his belt. He called in at the DWP Security Center and said he would be off location on a police matter for a half hour. He received a 10-4 and put the radio back on his belt.
"You should have asked me first," he said to Bosch. "My cousin said you had a habit of acting first and asking questions later."
"He said that, huh?"
"Yeah, he did."
"What are we doing at Parker Center?"
"Making an ID of the cop who talked to you after I left today."
Traffic had already gotten worse. A lot of 9-to-5ers getting an early jump on the commute home. Friday afternoons were particularly brutal. Bosch finally pulled back into the police garage at 10-to-5 and hoped they wouldn't be too late. He found a parking space in the first row. The garage was an open-air structure, and the space afforded them a view of San Pedro Street. which ran between Parker Center and the garage. "You have a cell phone?" Bosch asked.
"Yeah."
Bosch gave him the general number for Parker Center and told him to call it and ask for the Open Unsolved unit. Calls transferred from the main number did not carry forward caller ID. Edgar's name and number would not show up on the OU lines. "I just want to see if somebody answers," Bosch said. "If somebody does, just ask for Rick Jackson. When you're told that he's not there, don't leave a message. Just say you'll get him on his cell and hang up." Edgar's call was answered, and he went through the routine Bosch had outlined. When he was finished, he looked over at Bosch.
"Somebody named Pratt answered."
"Good, he's still there."
"So what's that mean?"
"I wanted to make sure he hadn't left. He'll leave at 5, and when he does, he'll cross the street right over there. I want to see if he's the guy who told you he was monitoring my investigation."
"Is he IAD?"
"No. He's my boss." Bosch slapped the visor down as a precaution against being seen. They were parked a good 30 yards from the crosswalk Pratt would use to get to the garage, but he didn't know which way Pratt would go once he was inside the structure. As a squad supervisor, he had the perk of being able to park a personal car in the police garage, and most of those assigned spaces were on the second level. There were 2 sets of stairs and the ramp up. If Pratt walked up the ramp, he would come right by Bosch's position. Edgar asked questions about the Echo Park shooting, and Bosch answered them in short sentences. He didn't want to talk about it, but he had just yanked the guy off post and had to respond in some way. It was only being courteous. Finally, at 5:01, he saw Pratt come through the back doors of Parker Center and down the ramp by the jail's intake doors. He walked out to San Pedro and started to cross with a group of 4 other detective supervisors who were heading home as well. "Okay," Bosch said, cutting Edgar off in the middle of a sentence. "See those guys crossing the street? Which one came to DWP today?" Edgar studied the pack crossing the street. He had an unobstructed view of Pratt, who was walking next to another man at the back of the group.
"Yeah, the last guy,"
Edgar said without hesitation.
"The one putting on the shades."
Bosch looked over. Pratt had just put on his Ray-Bans. Bosch felt a deep pressure in his chest, like the worst case of heartburn he'd ever had. He kept his eyes on Pratt, and watched him turn away from their position once he crossed the street. He was heading toward the far stairwell.
"Now what? You going to follow him?"
Bosch remembered Pratt saying he had something to do after work. "I want to, but I can't. I've got to shoot you back to DWP."
"Don't worry about it, man. I can walk it. Probably be faster with this traffic anyway."
Edgar cracked his door and turned to get out. He looked back at Bosch.
"I don't know what's going on, but good luck, Harry. I hope you get who you're looking for."
"Thanks, Jason. Hope to see you again." After Edgar was clear, Bosch backed out and left the garage. He took San Pedro over to Temple because he assumed that Pratt would take that route on his way to the freeway. Whether he was going home or not, the freeway was the likely choice. Bosch crossed Temple and pulled to the curb in a red zone. It gave him a good angle on the exit to the police garage. In 2 minutes, a silver SUV came out of the garage and headed toward Temple. It was a Jeep Commander with a retro boxy design. Bosch identified Pratt behind the wheel. He immediately fit the dimensions and color of the Commander to those of the mystery SUV he had seen take off from the street near his house the night before. Bosch leaned down across the seat as the Commander approached Temple. He heard it make the turn, and after a few seconds he got back up behind the wheel. Pratt was on Temple up at the light at Los Angeles Street, and he was turning right. Bosch waited until he completed the turn and then took off to follow. Pratt entered the crowded northbound lanes of the 101 freeway and joined the crawl of rush-hour traffic. Bosch came down the ramp and pushed into the line of cars about 6 vehicles behind the Jeep. He got lucky in that Pratt's vehicle had a white ball with a face on it atop the radio antenna. It was a giveaway promotion from a fast food chain. It allowed Bosch to track the Jeep without having to get too close. He was in an unmarked Crown Vic, which might as well have had a neon sign on its roof that flashed "Police." Slowly but surely, Pratt made his way north, with Bosch following at a distance. When the freeway cut past Echo Park, he looked up to the ridgeline and saw that the crime scene and media soiree on Figueroa Lane was still in full swing. He counted 2 media choppers still circling overhead. He wondered if his car would be towed from the scene or if he would be able to go back and retrieve it later. As he drove, Bosch tried to piece together what he had on Pratt. There was little doubt that Pratt had been following him while he was on home duty. His SUV matched the SUV that had been on his street the night before, and Pratt had been ID'd by Jason Edgar as the cop who had followed him into the DWP building. It was not feasible to think that he had been following Bosch simply to see if he was abiding by the rules of home duty. There had to be another reason, and Bosch could think of only one thing: the case. Once he had made this assumption, other things quickly came together, and they served to only stoke the fire that was burning in Bosch's chest. Pratt had told the story about Maury Swan earlier in the week, and that made it clear they knew each other. While he had relayed a negative story about the defense attorney, that could have been a cover or an attempt to distance himself from someone he was actually close to and possibly working with. Also obvious to Bosch was the fact that Pratt was intimately aware that Bosch had regarded Anthony Garland as a person of interest in the Gesto case. Bosch had routinely informed Pratt of his activities in reopening the case. Pratt was also notified when Garland's lawyers successfully reacquired a court order restraining Bosch from talking to Garland without one of his lawyers present. Last, and perhaps most important, Pratt had access to the Gesto murder book. It sat most of the time on Bosch's desk. It could have been Pratt who put in the phony connection to Robert Saxon, a.k.a. Raynard Waits. He could have planted the connection long before the book was given to Olivas. He could have planted it so Olivas would discover it. Bosch realized that the whole plan for Raynard Waits to confess to the murder of Marie Gesto and to lead investigators to the body could have completely originated with Abel Pratt. He was in a perfect position as a go-between who could monitor Bosch as well as all the other parties involved. And he realized that with Swan part of the plan, Pratt wouldn't need Olivas or O'Shea. The more people in a conspiracy, the more likely it is that it will fail or fall apart. All Swan had to do was tell Waits that the prosecutor and investigator were behind it, and he would have planted a false trail for someone like Bosch to follow. Bosch felt the hot flash of guilt start to burn at the back of his neck. He realized that he could be wrong about everything he had been thinking until a half hour before. Totally wrong. Olivas might not be dirty after all. Maybe he had been used as skillfully as Bosch had been used himself, and maybe O'Shea was guilty of nothing more than political maneuvering, taking credit where it was not due him, redirecting blame away from where it was due. O'Shea could have called for the department fix simply to contain Bosch's accusations because they would be politically damaging, not because they were true. Bosch thought this new theory through again, and it held up. He found no air in the brake lines, no sand in the gas tank. It was a car that could drive. The only thing missing was motive. Why would a guy who banked 25 years with the department and was looking at retiring at 50 risk it all on a scheme like this? How could a guy who had spent 25 years chasing bad guys let a killer go free? Bosch knew from working 1,000 murders that motive was often the most elusive component of crime. Obviously, money could motivate, and the disintegration of a marriage could play a part. But those were unfortunate common denominators in many people's lives. They could not readily explain why Abel Pratt had broken across the line. Bosch banged the palm of his hand hard on the steering wheel. The question of motive aside, he was embarrassed and angry with himself. Pratt had played him perfectly, and the betrayal was deep and painful. Pratt was his boss. They had eaten together, worked cases together, told jokes and talked about their kids together. Pratt was heading toward a retirement that no one in the department believed was anything other than well-earned and well-deserved. It was time to double dip, collect a department pension, and grab a lucrative security job in the islands where the pay was high and the hours low. Everybody was shooting for that, and no one would begrudge it. It was blue heaven, the policeman's dream. But now Bosch saw through all of that. "It's all bullshit," he said out loud in the car. Chapter 33. 30 minutes into the drive, Pratt exited the freeway in the Cahuenga Pass. He took Barham Boulevard northeast into Burbank. The traffic was still thick, and Bosch had no trouble following and maintaining his distance and cover. Pratt drove past the back entrance to Universal and the front entrance to Warner Brothers. He then made a few quick turns and pulled to the curb in front of a row of townhouses on Catalina near Verdugo. Bosch drove on by quickly, took his first right and then another and then another. He killed his lights before taking one more right and coming up on the townhouses again. He pulled to the curb a half-block behind Pratt's SUV and slid down in his seat. Almost immediately, Bosch saw Pratt standing in the street, looking both ways before crossing, but he was taking too long to do it. The street was clear, but Pratt kept looking back and forth. He was looking for someone, or checking to see if he had been followed. Bosch knew that the hardest thing in the world to do was to follow a cop who was looking for it. He slouched down lower in the car. Finally, Pratt started across the street, still looking back and forth continuously, and when he got to the other curb, he turned and stepped up onto it backwards. He took a few steps back, surveying the area in both directions. When his scan came to Bosch's car, his eyes held on it for a long moment. Bosch froze. He didn't think Pratt had seen him. He was slouched too far down, but he might have recognized the car as either an unmarked police cruiser or one of the cars specifically assigned to the Open Unsolved unit. If he walked down the street to check it out, Bosch knew he would be caught without much of an explanation, and without a gun. Randolph had routinely confiscated his backup weapon for a ballistics analysis in regard to the shooting of Robert Foxworth. Pratt started walking toward Bosch's car. Bosch grabbed the door handle. If he needed to, he would bail out of the car and run toward Verdugo, where there would be traffic and people. But suddenly Pratt stopped, his attention drawn to something behind him. He turned around and looked up the steps of the townhouse he had been standing in front of. Bosch tracked his eyes and saw the front door of the townhouse was partially open, and a woman was looking out and calling to Pratt while smiling. She was hiding behind the door, but one of her bare shoulders was exposed. Her expression changed as Pratt said something and signaled her back inside. She put a pout on her face and stuck her tongue out at him. She disappeared from the door, leaving it open 6 inches. Bosch wished he had his camera, but it was back in his car in Echo Park. However, he didn't need photographic evidence to know that he recognized the woman in the doorway and that she was not Pratt's wife. Bosch had met his wife at the recent squad-room party when he had announced his retirement. Pratt looked toward Bosch's car again, hesitated, but then turned back to the townhouse. He strode up the stairs, went through the open door, and shut it behind him. Bosch waited and, as he expected, saw Pratt pull back a curtain and look out at the street. Bosch stayed down as Pratt's eyes lingered on the Crown Vic. There was no doubt that the car had drawn Pratt's suspicion, but Bosch guessed that the lure of illicit sex had overpowered his instinct to check the car out. There was a commotion as Pratt was grabbed from behind, and he turned away from the window, and the curtain fell back into place. Bosch immediately sat up, started the car, and made a U-turn away from the curb. He took a right on Verdugo and headed toward Hollywood Way. No doubt the Crown Vic had been blown. Pratt would be actively looking for it when he came back out of the townhouse. But the Burbank airport was close. Bosch figured he could dump the Crown Vic at the airport, pick up a rental car, and be back to the townhouse in less than a half hour. As he drove, he tried to place the woman he had seen looking out the door of the townhouse. He used a few mind relaxation drills he had employed back when hypnotizing witnesses was accepted by the courts. Soon he was keying in on the woman's nose and mouth, the parts of her that had triggered his recognition center, and soon after that he had it. She was an attractive young civilian employee of the department who worked in the office down the hall from Open Unsolved. It was a personnel office, known by the rank and file as hiring and firing, because it was the place where both things happened. Pratt was fishing off the company dock, waiting out the rush hour in a Burbank shack-up spot. Not bad work if you could get it and get away with it. Bosch wondered if Mrs. Pratt knew of her husband's extracurricular activities. He pulled into the airport and entered the valet parking lanes, thinking that would be fastest. The man in the red coat who took the Crown Vic from him asked when he would be returning. "I don't know," Bosch said, not having considered.
"I need to write something on the ticket,"
the man said. "Tomorrow," Bosch said, "if I'm lucky." Chapter 34. Bosch got back to Catalina Street in 35 minutes. He drove his rented Taurus past the row of townhouses and spotted Pratt's Jeep still at the curb. This time he found a spot on the north side of the townhouse and parked there. While he slouched down in the car and watched for activity, he turned on the cell phone he had rented with the car. He called Rachel Walling's cell number, but got her voicemail. He ended the call without leaving a message. Pratt didn't come out until it was full-on dark outside. He stood in front of the complex beneath a streetlight, and Bosch noticed he was wearing different clothes now. He had on blue jeans and a dark, long-sleeved pullover shirt. The change of attire told Bosch that the liaison with the woman from hiring and firing was probably more than a casual shack-up. Pratt kept clothes at her place. Pratt once again looked up and down the street, his eyes lingering longest on the south side, where earlier the Crown Vic had drawn his attention. Apparently satisfied that the car was gone and he wasn't being watched, Pratt went to his commander and soon pulled away from the curb. He made a U-turn and headed south to Verdugo. He then turned right. Bosch knew that if Pratt was looking for a tail, he would slow on Verdugo and watch his rearview mirror for any vehicle turning off Catalina in his direction. So he U-turned from the curb and went north a block to Clark Avenue. He turned left and gunned the car's weak engine. He drove 5 blocks to California Street and took a quick left. At the end of the block, he would come to Verdugo. It was a risky move. Pratt could be long gone, but Bosch was playing a hunch. Seeing the Crown Vic had spooked his boss. He would be on full alert. Bosch had called it right. Just as he got to Verdugo, he saw Pratt's silver commander go by in front of him. He had obviously delayed on Verdugo, watching for a follower. Bosch let him get some distance and then turned right to follow. Pratt made no evasive moves after that first effort to smoke out a tail. He stayed on Verdugo into North Hollywood and then turned south on Cahuenga. Bosch almost lost him at the turn, but he went through the light on red. It was clear to him now that Pratt was not going home. Bosch knew that he lived in the opposite direction in the Northern Valley. Pratt was heading toward Hollywood, and Bosch guessed that he was simply planning to join the other members of the squad at Nat's. But halfway through the Cahuenga Pass, he turned right onto Woodrow Wilson Drive, and Bosch felt his pulse kick up a notch. Pratt was now heading toward Bosch's own house. Woodrow Wilson wound up the side of the Santa Monica Mountains, one deep curve after another. It was a lonely street, and the only way to follow a vehicle was to do it without headlights and to keep at least one curve behind the brake lights of the lead car. Bosch knew the curves intimately. He had lived on Woodrow Wilson for more than 15 years and could make the drive half asleep, which he had done on occasion. But following Pratt, a police officer wary of a tail, was a unique difficulty. Bosch tried to stay 2 curves back. This meant he lost sight of the lights on Pratt's car from time to time, but never for very long. When he was 2 curves away from his house, Bosch started to coast, and the rental car eventually came to a stop before the final bend. Bosch got out, quietly closed the door, and trotted up the curve. He stayed close to the hedge that guarded the home and studio of a famous painter who lived on the block. He edged around it until he could see Pratt's SUV up ahead. He had pulled to the curb 2 houses before Bosch's house. Pratt's lights were now off, and he seemed to be just sitting there and watching the house. Bosch looked up at his house and saw lights on behind the kitchen and dining room windows. He could see the tail end of a car protruding from his carport. He recognized the Lexus and knew that Rachel Walling was in his home. Even as he was buoyed by the prospect of her being there waiting for him, Bosch was concerned about what Pratt was up to. It appeared that he was doing exactly what he had been doing the night before, just watching and possibly trying to determine if Bosch was home. Bosch heard a car coming behind him. He turned and started walking back toward his car, as if he were on an evening walk. The car drove by slowly, and Bosch then turned and headed back to the hedge. As the car came up behind Pratt's Jeep, rather than pull to the side, Pratt took off again, the lights of his SUV coming on as he sped away. Bosch turned and ran back toward his rental car. He jumped in and pulled away from the curb. As he drove, he hit redial on the rental phone, and soon Rachel's line was ringing. This time she answered. "Yes?" "Rachel, it's Harry. Are you in my house?" "Yes, I've been waiting." "Come outside. I'm going to pick you up. Hurry." "Harry, what is—" "Just come out and bring your gun, right now." He clicked off and pulled to a stop in front of his house. He could see the glow of brake lights disappearing around the curve ahead. But he knew those belonged to the car that had spooked Pratt. Pratt was farther ahead. Bosch turned and looked at his front door, ready to hit the horn, but Rachel was coming out. "Close the door," Bosch yelled through the open passenger window. Rachel pulled the door closed and hurried out to the car. "Get in, hurry." She jumped into the car, and Bosch took off before she had the door closed. "What is going on?" He gave her the shorthand as he sped through the curves on the way up to Mulholland. He told her that his boss, Abel Pratt, was the setup man, that what had happened in Beechwood Canyon had been his plan. He told her that for the 2nd night in a row he had been outside Bosch's home. "How do you know all of this?" "I just know. I'll be able to prove it all later. For now, it's a fact." "What was he doing outside?" "I don't know. Trying to see if I was home, I think." "Your phone rang." "When?" "Right before you called my cell. I didn't answer it." "It was probably him. Something's going on." They came around the last bend, and the 4-way stop at Mulholland was ahead. Bosch saw the taillights of a large vehicle just as they disappeared to the right. Another car moved up to the stop. It was the car that had made Pratt move on. It went straight through the intersection. The first one must have been Pratt. He turned right. Bosch got to the stop and also turned right. Mulholland was the winding snake that followed the crestline of the mountains across the city. Its curves were smoother and not as deep as Woodrow Wilson's. It was also a busier street, with plenty of night cruisers. He would be able to follow Pratt without causing much suspicion. They quickly caught up to the vehicle that had turned and confirmed that it was Pratt's commander. Bosch then dropped back and for the next 10 minutes tailed Pratt along the crest line. The sparkling lights of the valley sprawled below on the north side. It was a clear night, and they could see all the way to the shadowy mountains on the far side of the sprawl. They stayed on Mulholland through the intersection with Laurel Canyon Boulevard and continued west. "I was waiting at your house to say goodbye," Rachel suddenly said. After a moment of silence, Bosch responded. "I know. I understand." "I don't think you do." "You didn't like the way I was today, the way I went after Waits. I'm not the man you thought I was. I've heard it before, Rachel." "It's not that, Harry. Nobody is ever the man you think they are. I can live with that. But a woman has to feel safe with a man, and that includes when they are not together. How can I feel safe when I've seen firsthand how you work? It doesn't matter whether it is the way I would do it or not. I'm not talking about us cop to cop. What I'm talking about is that I could never feel comfortable and safe. I'd wonder every night if it's the night you won't be coming home. I can't do that." Bosch realized he was giving the car too much gas. Her words had made him unconsciously press the pedal down harder. He was getting too close to Pratt. He slowed down and pulled back from the taillights 100 yards. "It's a dangerous job," he said. "I thought you, more than anybody, would know that." I do. But what I saw out there today with you was recklessness. I don't want to have to worry about someone who is reckless. There's enough to worry about out there without that." Bosch blew out his breath. He gestured toward the red lights moving in front of them. "Okay," he said. "Let's talk about it later. Let's just concentrate on this for tonight." As if on cue, Pratt hooked a hard left onto Coldwater Canyon Drive and started dropping down toward Beverly Hills. Bosch delayed as long as he believed he could and made the same turn. "Well, I'm still glad I've got you with me," he said. "Why?" "Because if he ends up in Beverly Hills, I won't need to call the locals, because I'm with the Fed." "Glad I could do something." "You have your gun with you?" "Always. You don't have yours?" "It was part of the crime scene. I don't know when I'll get it back, and that's the second gun they've taken from me this week. It's got to be a record of some kind. Most guns lost during reckless gunplay." He looked over to see if he was getting under her skin. She showed nothing. "He's turning," she said. Bosch snapped his attention back to the road and saw the left turn signal on the commander blinking. Pratt made the turn, and Bosch went on by. Rachel bent down so she could see out the window and up at the street sign. "Gloaming Drive," she said. "Are we still in the city?" "Yeah. Gloaming goes way back in there, but there's no way out. I've been in there before." The next street down was Stewart Lane. Bosch used it to turn around in and headed back up to Gloaming. "Do you know where he could be going?" Rachel asked. "No idea. Another girlfriend's place for all I know." Gloaming was another curving mountain road, but that's where the similarity to Woodrow Wilson Drive ended. The homes here ran a minimum 7 figures, easy, and all had nicely manicured lawns and hedges with not so much as a leaf out of place. Bosch drove it slowly, looking for the silver Jeep Commander. "There," Rachel said. She pointed out her window at a Jeep parked in the turnaround of a mansion with a French provincial design. Bosch drove by and parked 2 houses away. They got out and walked back. West Coast choppers? She hadn't been able to see the front of his shirt while he was driving. "It helped me blend in on a case once." "Nice." "My daughter saw me in this one time. I told her it was from my dentist." The gate to the driveway was open. The cast-iron mailbox had no name on it. Bosch opened it and looked inside. They were in luck. There was mail, a small stack held together with a rubber band. He pulled it out and angled the top envelope toward a nearby streetlight in order to read it. "It's Maurice Swan's place," he said. "Nice," Rachel said. "I guess I should have been a defense attorney." "You'd have been good working with criminals." "Fuck you, Bosch." The banter ended with a loud voice coming from behind a tall hedge that ran along the far side of the turnaround and on the left side of the house.
"I said get in there."
There was a splash, and Bosch and Walling headed toward the sound. Chapter 35. Bosch searched the hedge with his eyes, looking for an opening. There didn't appear to be one from the front. When they got close, he wordlessly signaled Rachel to follow the hedge to the right while he went left. He noticed that she was carrying her weapon down at her side. The hedge was at least 10 feet high and so thick that Bosch could see no light from the pool or house through it. But as he moved along it, he heard the sound of splashing and voices, one of which he recognized as belonging to Abel Pratt. The voices were close.
"Please, I can't swim. I can't touch the bottom."
"Then what do you have a swimming pool for? Keep paddling."
Please, I'm not going... Why would I tell a soul about... You're a lawyer, and lawyers like to play the angles. Please. I'm telling you, if I get even a hint that you're playing an angle on me, then next time it won't be a pool. It will be the fucking Pacific Ocean, you understand that?
Bosch came to an alcove where the pool's filter pump and heater were located on a concrete pad. There was also a small opening in the hedge for a pool maintenance man to squeeze through. He slipped into the opening and stepped onto the tiles surrounding a large oval pool. He was 20 feet behind Pratt, who was standing at the edge looking down at a man in the water. Pratt held a long blue pole with a curved extension. It was for pulling people in trouble to the side, but Pratt was holding it just out of reach of the man. He grabbed at it desperately, but each time Pratt jerked it away. It was hard to identify the man in the water as Marie Swan. The pool was dark with the lights off. Swan's glasses were gone, and his hair looked like it had slipped off his scalp to the back of his head like a mudslide. On his gleaming bald dome was a strip of tape for holding his hairpiece in place. The sound of the pool filter gave Bosch cover. He was able to walk unnoticed to within 6 feet of Pratt before speaking. "What's happening, Top?" Pratt quickly lowered the pole so that Swan could grab the hook.
"Hang on, Marie," Pratt yelled. "You're all right."
Swan grabbed on, and Pratt started pulling him toward the side of the pool.
"I got you, Marie," Pratt said. "Don't worry."
"You don't have to bother with the lifeguard act," Bosch said. "I heard it all." Pratt paused and looked down at Swan in the water. He was 3 feet from the side.
"In that case," Pratt said.
He let go of the pole and whipped his right hand behind his back to the belt line. "Don't!" It was Walling. She had found her own way through the hedge. She was on the other side of the pool, pointing her weapon at Pratt. Pratt froze and seemed to be making a decision about whether to draw or not. Bosch moved in behind him and yanked the gun out of his pants. "Harry," Rachel called, "I've got him. Get the lawyer." Swan was sinking. The blue pole was going down with him. Bosch quickly went to the pool's edge and grabbed it. He pulled Swan to the surface. The lawyer started coughing and spitting water. He held tight to the pole, and Bosch walked him down to the shallow end. Rachel came around to Pratt and ordered him to put his wrists behind his head. Marie Swan was naked. He came up the steps in the shallow end, cupping his shriveled balls with one hand and trying to pull his toupee back on with the other. Giving up on the hairpiece, he tore it all the way off and threw it down on the tile, where it landed with a splat. He went directly to a pile of clothes by a bench and started getting dressed while still soaking wet. "So what was going on here, Marie?" Bosch asked. "Nothing that concerns you." Bosch nodded. "I get it. A guy comes here to put you in the pool and watch you drown, maybe make it look like suicide or an accident, and you don't want anybody concerned about it." "It was a disagreement, that's all. He was scaring me, not drowning me." "Does that mean you and he had an agreement before you then had this disagreement?" "I'm not answering that." "Why was he scaring you?" "I don't have to answer any of your questions." "Then maybe we should back on out of here and leave you two to finish your disagreement. Maybe that would be the best thing to do here." "Do what you want." "You know what I think? I think that with your client Raynard Waite's dead, there's only one person who can link Detective Pratt to the Garlands. I think your partner over there was getting rid of that link because he was getting scared. You'd be at the bottom of that pool if we hadn't happened by here." "You can do and think what you want, but what I am telling you is that we had a disagreement. He happened by while I was taking my nightly swim, and we disagreed about something." "I thought you didn't know how to swim, Marie. Isn't that what you said?" "I'm finished talking to you, Detective. You can leave my property now." "Not yet, Marie. Why don't you finish getting dressed and join us at the deep end?" Bosch left him there as he struggled to get his wet legs into a pair of silk pants. At the other end of the pool, Pratt was now handcuffed and sitting on a concrete bench. "I'm not saying anything
until I talk to a lawyer," he said.
"Well, there's one over there putting his clothes on," Bosch said. "Maybe you can hire him."
"I'm not talking, Bosch," he repeated. "Good decision," Swan called from the far end. "Rule number 1, never talk to the cops."
Bosch looked at Rachel and almost laughed.
"Can you believe this? 2 minutes ago he was trying to drown the guy, and now the guy's giving him free legal advice." "Sound legal advice," Swan said.
Swan walked over to where the others were waiting. Bosch noticed that his clothes were sticking to his wet body.
"I wasn't trying to drown him,"
Pratt said.
"I was trying to help him. But that's all I'm going to say."
Bosch looked at Swan.
"Pull your zipper up, Marie, and sit down over here."
Bosch pointed to a spot on the bench next to Pratt.
"No, I don't think I will," Swan replied.
He took a step toward the house, but Bosch took 2 steps and cut him off. He redirected him to the bench. "Sit down," he said. "You're under arrest."
"For what?"
Swan said indignantly. "Double murder. Both of you are under arrest." Swan laughed as though he were dealing with a child. Now that he had his clothes on, he was recovering some of his swagger.
"And what murders would these be?"
"Detective Fred Olivas and Deputy Derek Doolin." Now Swan shook his head, the smile intact on his face.
"I'm assuming these charges fall under the felony homicide rule,
since there is ample evidence that we did not actually pull the trigger that fired the bullets that killed Olivas and Doolin. It's always good to deal with a lawyer. I hate having to explain the law all the time."
"It's a pity you need the law explained to you, Detective Bosch. The felony homicide rule comes into play only when someone is killed during the commission of a serious crime. If that threshold is satisfied, then co-conspirators in the criminal enterprise may be charged with murder."
Bosch nodded. "I got that," he said. "And I've got you."
"Then be so kind as to tell me what the threshold crime is that I have conspired to commit."
Bosch thought for a moment before answering. "How about suborning perjury and obstruction of justice? We could start there and move up to corruption of a public official, maybe aiding and abetting an escape from lawful custody."
"And we could end there as well," Swan said. "I was representing my client. I committed none of those crimes, and you have not a shred of evidence that I did. If you arrest me, it will simply prove your own undoing and embarrassment."
He stood up.
"Good evening to you all."
Bosch stepped over and put his hand on Swan's shoulder. He drove him back down onto the bench.
"Sit the fuck down. You were under arrest. I'll leave it to the prosecutors to decide about threshold crimes. I don't give a shit about that. As far as I'm concerned, 2 cops are dead, and my partner is going to end her career because of you, Marie. So fuck you."
Bosch looked over at Pratt, who sat with a slight smile on his face.
"It's good to have a lawyer in the house, Harry," he said. "I think Marie makes a good point. Maybe you should think about this before doing anything rash."
Bosch shook his head. "You aren't walking away from this," he said. "Not by a long shot." He waited a moment, but Pratt said nothing. "I know you're the setup man," Bosch said. "The whole thing up in Beechwood Canyon was yours. It was you who made the deal with the Garlands. Then you went to Marie here, who took it to Waits. You doctored the murder book after Waits gave you an alias to stick in it. Marie might have a point about the felony murder rap, but there's more than enough there for obstruction. And if I get that, then I've got you. That means no island and no pension top. That means you go down in flames." Pratt's eyes dropped from Bosch to the dark waters of the pool. "I want the Garlands, and you can give them to me," Bosch said. Pratt shook his head without turning his eyes from the water. "Then have it your way," Bosch said. "Let's go." He signaled Pratt and Swan to stand up. They complied. Bosch turned Swan around so he could cuff him. As he did so, he looked over the lawyer's shoulder at Pratt. "After we book you, who are you going to call about bail? Your wife or the girl from hiring and firing?" Pratt immediately sat back down as if hit by a sucker punch. Bosch had been saving it for his last shot. He kept the pressure on. Which one was going to go with you to the island, to your sugar plantation? My guess is it was what's-her-name. Her name is Jessie Templeton, okay? And I made you on the tail at her place tonight. Yeah, and I made you making me. But tell me, how much does Jessie Templeton know? And is she going to be as strong as you when I go to see her after I book you? Bosh, she doesn't know anything. Leave her out of it. Leave my wife and kids out of it, too. Bosch shook his head. Doesn't work that way. You know that. We're going to turn everything upside down and shake it to see what falls out. I'm going to find the money the Garlands paid you, and I'll tie it back to you, to Marie Swan, everybody. I just hope you didn't use your girlfriend to hide it, because if you did, she goes down too. Pratt leaned forward on the bench. Bosch got the impression that if his hands hadn't been cuffed behind his back, he'd have been using them at that moment to hold his head and hide his face from the world. Bosch had kept at him like a man with an axe chopping at a tree. It was barely standing now. It needed one little push, and it would go down. Bosch walked Swan over to Rachel, who took him by one of his arms. Bosch then turned back to Pratt. You fed the wrong dog, Bosch said. What's that supposed to mean? Everybody's got choices, and you made the wrong one. Problem is, we don't pay for our mistakes alone. We take people down with us. Bosch walked to the edge of the pool and looked down into the water. It shimmered on top, but was impenetrably dark beneath the surface. He waited, but it didn't take long for the tree to fall. Jessie doesn't need to be part of this, and my wife doesn't need to know about her, Pratt said. It was an opening offer. Pratt was going to talk. Bosch kicked his foot on the tile edging and turned back to face him. I'm not a prosecutor, but I'll bet something could be worked out. Pratt, you are making a big mistake, Swan said urgently. Bosch reached down to Pratt and patted his pockets until he located the keys to the commander, and then pulled them out. Rachel, take Mr. Swan to Detective Pratt's car. It will be better for transporting him. We'll be right there. He threw her the keys, and she started walking Swan to the opening in the hedge she had come through. Swan had to be pushed. He looked over his shoulder as he went and called back to Pratt. "Do not talk to that man," he yelled. "Do you hear me? Do not talk to anyone. You will talk us all into prison." Swan kept yelling legal advice through the hedge. Bosch waited until he heard the car door close on his voice. He then stood in front of Pratt and noticed that sweat was dripping from his hairline and down his face. "I don't want Jessie or my family involved," Pratt said, "and I want a deal. No jail time, I'm allowed to retire, and I get to keep my pension. You want a lot for somebody who got 2 people killed." Bosch started to pace, trying to figure out a way of making it all work for both of them. Rachel came back through the hedge. Bosch looked at her and was about to ask why she had left Swan unattended. "Child-proof locks," she said. "He can't get out." Bosch nodded and gave his attention back to Pratt. "Like I said, you want a lot," he said. "What are you giving back?" "I can give you the Garlands easy," Pratt said desperately. "Anthony took me up there 2 weeks ago and led me to the girl's body. And Marie Swan, I can give you him on a platter. The guy's as dirty as—" He didn't finish. "You?" Pratt lowered his eyes and slowly nodded his head. Bosch tried to put everything aside so that he could think clearly about Pratt's offer. The blood of Freddie Olivas and Deputy Doohan was on Pratt's hands. Bosch didn't know whether he'd be able to sell the deal to a prosecutor. He didn't know if he could even sell it to himself, but in that moment he was willing to try if it meant he would finally get to the man who killed Marie Gesto. "No promises," he said. "We'll go see a prosecutor." Bosch moved to the last important question. "What about O'Shea and Olivas?" Pratt shook his head once. "They were clean on this. Garland funneled at least 25 grand to O'Shea's campaign. That's documented. He was just covering his bets. If O'Shea got suspicious, T-Rex could keep him in line because it would look like a payoff. Bosch nodded. He felt the burn of humiliation over what he had thought about O'Shea and said to him, "That wasn't the only thing you got wrong," Pratt said. "Yeah? What else?" "You said I went to the Garlands with this thing. I didn't. They came to me, Harry." Bosch shook his head. He didn't believe Pratt for the simple reason that if the Garlands had had the idea to buy off a cop, their first overture would have been to the source of their problem, Bosch. That never happened, and that made Bosch feel confident that the scheme had been hatched by Pratt as he tried to juggle retirement, a possible divorce, a mistress, and whatever other secrets his life held. He had gone to the Garlands with it. He had gone to Maurice Swan, too. "Tell it to the prosecutor," Bosch said. "Maybe he'll care." He looked at Rachel, and she nodded. "Rachel, you take the Jeep with Swan. I'll take Detective Pratt in my car. I want to keep them separated." "Good idea." Bosch signaled Pratt up. "Let's go." Pratt stood up again and came face to face with Bosch. "Harry, you've got to know something first." "What's that?" "Nobody was supposed to get hurt, okay? It was a perfect plan, with nobody getting hurt. It was Waits. He turned it all to shit out there in the woods. If he had just done what he'd been told, everybody would still be alive and everybody'd be happy, even you. You would have solved the Gesto case. End of story. That's how it was supposed to be." Bosch had to work to hold back his anger. "Nice fairy tale," he said. "Except for the part of the story where the princess never wakes up and the real killer walks, everybody lives happily ever after. Keep telling yourself that one. You might actually be able to live with it someday." Bosch roughly took him by the arm and led him toward the opening in the hedge. Part 5. Echo Park. Chapter 36. At 10 a.m. on Monday morning, Abel Pratt walked from his car across the green lawn of Echo Park to a bench where an old man was sitting beneath the protective arms of the Lady of the Lake. There were 7 pigeons resting on her outstretched arms and one on her head, but she showed no sign of annoyance or fatigue. Pratt shoved the folded newspaper he carried into the overly full trash can by the statue and then sat on the bench next to the old man. He looked out at the smooth waters of Lake Echo in front of them. The old man, who held a cane down by his knee and wore a tan business suit with a maroon handkerchief in the breast pocket, spoke first. "I remember when you could take your family here on a Sunday and not have to worry about being shot up by gangbangers." Pratt cleared his throat. "Is that what you're worried about, Mr. Garland? The gangbangers? Well, I'll give you a little tip. Right now is one of the safest hours in any neighborhood in the city. Most of your gangbangers don't roll out of bed until the afternoon. That's why whenever we go out with warrants, we go in the morning. We always catch them in bed." Garland nodded approvingly. "That's good to know. But that's not what I am worried about. I'm worried about you, Detective Pratt. Our business was concluded. I was not expecting to hear from you ever again." Pratt leaned forward and scanned the park. He studied the rows of tables on the other side of the lake, where the old men played dominoes. His eyes then moved along the cars parked at the curb that edged the park. "Where's Anthony?" he asked. "He'll be along. He's taking precautions." Pratt nodded. "Precautions are good," he said. "I don't like this place," Garland said. "It's full of ugly people, and that includes you. Why are we here?" "Wait a minute," a voice said from behind them. "Don't say another word, Dad." Anthony Garland had approached from their blind side. He came around the statue to the bench at the water's edge. He stood in front of Pratt and signaled him to stand up. "Up," he said. "What is this?" Pratt protested mildly. "Just stand up." Pratt did as he was asked, and Anthony Garland produced a small electronic wand from the pocket of his blazer. He began moving it up and down in front of Pratt from head to toe. "If you're transmitting an RF signal, this will tell me." "Good. I always wondered if I had RF. You never know with those women down in Tijuana." Nobody laughed. Anthony Garland seemed satisfied with the scan and started putting his magic wand away. Pratt started to sit down. "Wait," Garland said. Pratt remained standing, and Garland started running his hands over Pratt's body, a second precaution. "Can't be too sure with a slime ball like you, Detective." He moved his hands to Pratt's waist. "That's my gun," Pratt said. Garland kept searching. "That's my cell phone." The hands went lower. "And those are my balls." Garland then went down both legs, and when he was satisfied, he told Pratt he could sit down. The detective returned to his seat next to the old man. Anthony Garland remained standing in front of the bench, his back to the lake, his arms folded across his chest. "He's clean," he said. "Okay, then," T-Rex Garland said. "We can talk. What's this about, Detective Pratt? I thought it was made clear to you. You don't call us. You don't threaten us. You don't tell us where to be and when. If I hadn't threatened you, would you have come?" Neither of the Garlands answered, and Pratt smiled smugly and nodded. "I rest my case." "Why are we here?" the old man asked. "I made it quite clear before. I don't want my son touched by any of this. Why did he have to be here?" "Well, because I sort of missed him since our little walk in the woods. We've got a bond, don't we, Anthony?" Anthony said nothing. Pratt pressed on. "I mean, a guy leads you to a body in the woods, I'd say normally they'd stay pretty tight. But I haven't heard from Anthony since we were up at the top of Beechwood together." "I don't want you talking to my son," T-Rex Garland said. "You don't talk to my son. You're bought and paid for, Detective, you get that? This is the only time you will ever call a meeting with me. I call you. You don't call me." The old man never looked at Pratt as he spoke. His eyes were cast toward the lake. The message was clear. Pratt wasn't worth his attention. "Yeah, all that was fine, but things have changed," Pratt said. "In case you haven't been reading the papers or watching the news, things have gone to shit out there." The old man remained seated but stretched his arms forward and put both palms on the polished gold dragon's head at the top of his cane. He spoke calmly. "And whose fault is that? You told us you and the lawyer could keep Raynard Waits in line. You told us no one would get hurt. You called it a clean operation. Now look at what you've involved us in." Pratt took a few moments to respond. "You involved yourself. You wanted something, and I was the provider. No matter whose fault it is, the bottom line is I now need more money." T-Rex Garland shook his head slowly. "You were paid $1 million, he said. "I had to cut it up with Marie Swan," Pratt responded. "Your subcontractor costs were not and are not my concern. The fee was based on everything working smoothly. Waits taking the fall for Gesto, case closed. Now there are complications, ongoing investigations to contend with. Again, not my concern. Our deal is done." Pratt leaned forward on the bench and put his elbows on his knees. "It's not quite done yet, T-Rex," he said, "and maybe you should be concerned, because you know who paid me a visit on Friday night? Harry Bosch, and he had an FBI agent with him. They took me to a little meeting with Mr. Rick O'Shea. Turns out that before Bosch capped Waits, the little bastard told him that he didn't kill Marie Gesto. So that puts Bosch back on your ass, Junior, and it puts all of them on mine. They've damn near worked the whole story out, connecting me and Marie Swan. They just need somebody to fill in the blanks, and since they can't get to Swan, they want that somebody to be me. They're starting to apply the pressure." Anthony Garland groaned and kicked at the ground with his expensive loafers. "God damn it, I knew this weasel would—" His father put a hand up for quiet. "Bosch and the FBI don't matter," the old man said. "It's all about what O'Shea will do, and O'Shea is taken care of. He's bought and paid for, only he doesn't know it yet. Once I apprise him of his situation, he will do what I tell him to do, if he wants to be district attorney." Pratt shook his head. "Bosch isn't going to let go of this. He hasn't for 13 years. He's not going to now. Then you take care of it. That's your end of the deal. I took care of O'Shea. You take care of Bosch. Let's go, son." The old man started to get up, using the cane to push up on. His son stepped over to help him. "Wait a minute," Pratt said. "You aren't going anywhere. I said I want more money, and I'm serious. I'll take care of Bosch, but then I need to check out and disappear. I need more money to do that." Anthony Garland angrily pointed down at Pratt on the bench. "You goddamn piece of shit," he said. "You were the one who came to us. This whole goddamn thing is your plan from start to finish. You go out there and get 2 people killed, and then you have the balls to come back to us for more money?" Pratt shrugged and spread his hands. "I'm looking at a choice here, same as you. I could sit tight with the way things are and see how close they come to me, or I could disappear right now. The thing you should know is that they always make deals with the little fish to get to the bigger fish. I'm little fish, Anthony. The big fish? That would be you." He turned to look at the old man. "And the biggest fish? That would be you." T-Rex Garland nodded. He was a pragmatic businessman. He seemed to now understand the gravity of the situation. "How much?" he asked. "How much to disappear?" Pratt didn't hesitate. "I want another $1 million, and it will be well worth it to you to give it to me. They can't get to either of you without me. If I'm gone, the case is gone, so it's $1 million, and the price is non-negotiable. Anything less, and it is not worth it for me to run. I'll make a deal and take my chances." "What about Bosch?" the old man asked. "You already said he won't give up. Now that he knows Raynard Waits didn't—" "I'll take care of him before I split," Pratt said, cutting him off. "I'll throw that in for free." He reached into his pocket and took out a piece of paper with numbers printed on it. He slid it across the bench to the old man. "There's the bank account and wiring code, same as before." Pratt stood up. "Tell you what, talk amongst yourselves. I'm going over to the boathouse to take a leak. When I come back, I'll need an answer." Pratt walked past Anthony, coming close, each man holding the other's eyes in a hard stare of hatred. Chapter 37. Harry Bosch studied the monitors in the surveillance van. The FBI had worked through the night setting cameras in 8 locations at the park. One whole side of the interior of the van was covered with an array of digital screens that showed a multitude of visual angles on the bench where T-Rex Garland sat and his son stood waiting for Abel Pratt to return. The cameras were located on 4 of the park's path lights, in 2 of its flower beds, in the mock lighthouse atop the boathouse, and in the fake pigeon perched on top of the Lady of the Lake's head. Added to this, the bureau techs had set up microwave sound receivers triangulated on the bench. The sound sweep was aided by directional mics located in the fake pigeon, a flower bed, and the folded newspaper Pratt had placed in the nearby trash can. A bureau sound tech named Jerry Hooton sat in the van, wearing a huge set of earphones and manipulating the audio feeds in order to produce the cleanest sound. Bosch and the others had been able to watch Pratt and the Garlands and hear their conversation word for word. The others were Rachel Walling and Rick O'Shea. The prosecutor was sitting front and center, the video screen spread before him. This was his show. Walling and Bosch sat on either side of him. O'Shea pulled off his earphones. "What do we think?" he asked. "He's going to call. What do I tell him?" 3 of the screens showed Pratt about to enter the park's restroom. According to the plan, he would wait until the room was clear and then call the surveillance van's number on his cell phone. Rachel pulled her earphones down around her neck, and so did Bosch. "I don't know," she said. "It's your call, but we don't have much of an admission from the son in regard to Gesto." "That's what I was thinking," O'Shea responded. "I don't know," Bosch said. "When Pratt talked about him leading him through the woods to the body, Anthony didn't deny it." "But he didn't admit it either," Rachel said. "But if a guy was sitting there talking to you about finding a body you buried, and you didn't know what he was talking about, I think you'd say something." "Well, that can be an argument for the jury," O'Shea said. "I'm just saying that he hasn't yet made anything I would call a statement of admission. We need more." Bosch nodded, conceding the point. It had been decided on Saturday morning that Pratt's word was not going to be good enough. His testimony that Anthony Garland had led him to Marie Gesto's body and that he had taken a payoff from T-Rex Garland would not be sufficient to build a solid prosecution on. Pratt was a crooked cop, and building a case on his testimony was too risky in an age when juries were highly suspicious of police integrity and behavior. They needed to get admissions from both of the Garlands for the case to move onto solid ground. "Look, all I'm saying is, I think it's good, but we're not quite there yet," O'Shea said. "We need to get a direct—" "What about the old man?" Bosch asked. "I think Pratt got him to shit all over himself." "I agree," Rachel said. "He's toast. If you send him back, tell him to work on Anthony." As if on cue, there was a low-level buzzing sound that indicated an incoming call. O'Shea, unfamiliar with the equipment, raised a finger over the console and looked for the right button to push. "Here," Hooton said. He punched a button that opened the cell line. "This is the van," O'Shea said. "You're on speaker." "How'd I do?" Pratt said. "It's a start," O'Shea said. "What took you so long to call?" "I actually did have to take a leak." While O'Shea talked to Pratt about going back to the bench and trying once more for an admission from Anthony Garland, Bosch slipped his earphones back on to hear the conversation taking place at the bench. From the visuals on the screens, it looked like Anthony Garland was arguing with his father. The old man was pointing a finger at him. Bosch picked it up in the middle. "It's our only out," Anthony Garland said.
"I said no," the old man commanded. "You cannot do this. You will not do this."
On the screen, Anthony stepped away from his father and then stepped right back. It looked like he was on an invisible leash. He bent down close to his father, and this time he pointed the finger. What he said was spoken so low that the FBI microphones picked up only a mumble. Bosch pressed his hands over the earphones, but couldn't get it. "Jerry," he said, "can you work on this?" Bosch pointed to the screens. Hooton pulled on his earphones and went to work on the audio dials. But it was too late. The close conversation between father and son was over. Anthony Garland had just straightened up in front of his father and turned his back to him. He was silently looking out across the lake. Bosch leaned back so that he could see the screen that showed an angle on the bench from one of the path lights at the water's edge. It was the only screen that showed Anthony's face at the moment. Bosch saw the rage in his eyes. He had seen it before. Anthony set his jaw tightly and shook his head. He turned back to his father. "Sorry, Dad." With that, he started walking toward the boathouse. Bosch watched him take forceful strides toward the door of the restrooms. He saw his hand go inside his blazer. Bosch slapped off his earphones. "Anthony's headed to the men's room," he said. "I think he's got a gun." Bosch jumped up and shoved past Hooton to get to the van's door. Unfamiliar with it, he fumbled with the handle trying to get it open. Behind him, he heard O'Shea barking commands into the radio mic. "Everybody, move in, suspect is armed, repeat, suspect is armed." Bosch finally got out of the van and started running toward the boathouse. There was no sign of Anthony Garland. He was already inside. Bosch was on the far side of the park and more than 100 yards away. Other agents and district attorney's office investigators had been deployed closer, and Bosch saw them running with weapons out toward the boathouse as well. Just as the first man, an FBI agent, got to the doorway, the sound of gunfire echoed from within the restroom. 4 quick shots. Bosch knew that Pratt's weapon was dry. It was a prop. He had needed to have a gun in case the Garlands checked him. But Pratt was in custody, and facing charges. They had taken away his bullets. As Bosch watched, the agent at the doorway dropped into a combat stance, shouted "FBI!" and entered. Almost immediately there were more shots, but these were of a different timbre than the first four. Bosch knew these were from the agent's gun. As Bosch got to the restroom, the agent stepped out, gun at his side. He held a radio to his mouth. "We have 2 down in the restroom," he said. "Scene is secured." Winded from his run, Bosch gulped down some air and walked toward the doorway. "Detective, that's a crime scene in there," the agent said. He put his hand up in front of Bosch's chest. Bosch pushed it aside. "I don't care." He entered the restroom and saw the bodies of Pratt and Garland on the dirty concrete floor. Pratt had been shot twice in the face and twice in the chest. Garland had taken 3 chest shots. They had both fallen with arms outstretched, like the Lady of the Lake. The fingers of Pratt's right hand were touching the sleeve of Garland's blazer. Pools of blood on the floor were blossoming from both bodies, and soon would mingle. Bosch watched for a few moments, studying Anthony's open eyes. The rage Bosch had seen moments before was gone, replaced by the empty look of death. He stepped out of the restroom and looked over at the bench. The old man, T-Rex Garland, sat leaning forward with his face in his hands. The cane with the polished dragon's head had been dropped to the grass. Chapter 38. The entirety of Echo Park was closed for the investigation. For the 3rd time in a week, Bosch was interviewed about a shooting. Only this time, it was the feds doing the questioning, and his part was peripheral, because he had not fired a weapon. When he was finished, he walked over to a Marie Gesto truck that was parked at the curb, and opened for business to the crowd of onlookers outside the yellow tape. He ordered a shrimp taco and a Dr. Pepper, and took them over to one of the nearby federal cruisers. He was leaning on the front fender eating his lunch when Rachel Walling approached. "Turns out Anthony Garland had a concealed weapon permit," she said. "His security job required it." She leaned casually on the fender next to him. Bosch nodded. "I guess we should have checked," he said. He took his last bite, wiped his mouth with a napkin, and then balled it up in the aluminum foil the taco came in. "I remembered your story," she said. "What story?" he asked. "The one you told me about Garland rousting those kids in the oil field." "What about it?" "You said he drew down on them." "That's right." She didn't say anything. She looked out at the lake. Bosch shook his head like he wasn't sure what was going on. She finally spoke. "You knew about the permit, and you knew Anthony would be carrying, didn't you?" It was a question, but she meant it as a statement. "Rachel, what are you saying?" "I'm saying you knew. You knew from way back that Anthony carried a gun. You knew what could happen today." Bosch spread his hands wide. "Look, that thing with the kids was 12 years ago. How would I know that he would have a gun today?" She got off the fender and turned to face him. "How many times did you talk to Anthony over the years? How many times did you shake him down?" Bosch squeezed the ball of aluminum foil tighter in his fist. "Look, I never—" "Are you telling me that in all those times you never once came up with a gun? That you didn't check permits? That you didn't know that there was a very high probability that he would bring a gun? And his uncontrolled rage to a meeting like this? If we had known this guy carried a gun, we would never have set this thing up in the first place." Bosch smiled unpleasantly and shook his head in a disbelieving sort of way. "What was it you said about mumbo-jumbo conspiracies the other day? Marilyn didn't overdose, the Kennedys had her killed. Bosch knew Anthony would bring a gun to the meeting and would start shooting. Rachel, it all sounds like— And what about what you said about being a true detective?" She stared pointedly at him. "Rachel, listen to me. There was no way anybody could have predicted this. There was no—" "Predicted, hoped, accidentally set in motion. What's the difference? You remember what you said to Pratt the other night by the pool?" "I said a lot of things to him." Her voice took on a tone of sadness. "You told him about the choices we all make." She pointed across the grass at the boathouse. "And, well, Harry, I guess this is the dog you chose to feed. I hope you're happy with it. I hope it's a good pet for you, and I hope it fits in perfectly well with the way of the true detective." She turned and walked back toward the boathouse and the knot of investigators crowding the crime scene. Bosch let her go. For a long time he didn't move. Her words had gone through him like the sounds of a roller coaster. Low rumbling and high shrieks. He squeezed the ball of aluminum foil in his hand and shot it toward a trash can sitting next to the Morisco's truck. He missed by a mile. Chapter 39. Kis Ryder came through the double doors in a wheelchair. She found it embarrassing, but that was the hospital rule. Bosch was waiting for her with a smile and a bouquet of flowers he had bought from a vendor at the freeway exit near the hospital. As soon as she was allowed by the nurse, she got up and out of the chair. She tentatively hugged Bosch as though she felt fragile, and thanked him for coming to take her home. "I'm right out front," he said. With his arm across her back, he walked her out to the waiting Mustang. He helped her get in, then put a bag of cards and gifts she had received into the trunk and came around to the driver's side. "You want to go anywhere first?" he asked once he was in the car. "No, just home. I can't wait to sleep in my own bed." "I hear you." He started the car and pulled out, heading back to the freeway. They drove silently. When he got back to the 134, the flower vendor was still in the median. Ryder looked down at the bouquet in her hand, realized that Bosch had gotten them as an afterthought, and started laughing. Bosch joined in. "Oh, shit, that hurts," she said, touching her hand to her neck. "Sorry." "It's all right, Harry. I need to laugh." Bosch nodded his agreement. "Is Sheila going to come by today?" he asked. "Yeah, after work." "Good." He nodded because there wasn't anything else to do. They lapsed back into silence. "Harry, I took your advice," Ryder said after a few minutes. "What was that?" "I told them I didn't have a shot. I told them I didn't want to hit Olivas." "That's good, Kis." He thought about things for a few moments. "Does that mean you're going to keep your badge?" he asked. "Yes, Harry, I'm keeping the badge, but not my partner." Bosch looked over at her. "I talked to the chief," Ryder said. "After I finish rehab, I'm going to go back to work in his office, Harry. I hope that will be all right with you." "Whatever you want to do is all right with me. You know that. I'm glad you're staying." "Me too." A few more minutes went by, and when she spoke again, it was as if the conversation had never lagged. "Besides, up there on the 6th floor, I'll be able to watch out for you, Harry. Maybe keep you out of all the politics and bureaucratic scrapping. Lord knows, you're still going to need me from time to time." Bosch smiled broadly. He couldn't help it. He liked the idea of her being up there one floor above him, watching out and watching over. "I like it," he said. "I don't think I've ever had a guardian angel before."
This has been an Hachette audio production of Echo Park, written by Michael Connelly and read by Len Carriou. Produced and directed by Fred Sanders. Edited and mastered by Dion Audio. Production supervised by Linda Ross Korn. Echo Park is also available in print from Little Brown and Company. Text copyright 2006 by Michael Connelly. Audio production copyright 2006 by Hachette Audio. All rights reserved.